Let's do it. We're going to start in about 30 seconds, right? Okay. Good evening, everybody. For the benefit of the record, I'd like to state I'm Joe Hidalgo, Council Rock School District Director for Region 4 and also Finance Committee Chair. It is 6:32 p.m. on March 10th, 2022, and I'd like to bring to order the Council Rock School District Finance Committee meeting tonight. Starting to my right, I'd like to take a roll call, please.
Matt Pedersen, IT Director.
Mike Thorwald, School Director.
Ed Salomon, School Director.
Bob Hickey, School Director.
Marianne McKee, School Director.
Yoda Pali, student.
Jason Harris, Director of Business Administration.
Sue Elliott, Substitute Superintendent.
And we have Kristen Marcel on the phone and several members from the public in attendance. With that, Mr. Harris, would you like to go over the agenda and take over the meeting?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo. So we have two board agenda items. One is a request from Dr. Elliott, and the other is a request from Mr. Frederickson. We'll go over an update food service. I have some information related to policy. We have a timeline for the 22-23 budget, revenue projections, and then 5-year projections with options through the Synopsis software. We have a capital projects discussion, which is a board request related to Richboro Elementary transportation update, and then we will, that a little out of order for the sake of the evening, we have a gentleman here from Durham Student Services, and so that's John Ziegler and Bob Scarpa. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to them, and I will ask them if we could just forward to those slides.
I think it was okay to come up here.
Please.
So good evening. Superintendent, committee members, school board members, very excited to be here. My name is John Ziegler. I'm the Director of Business Development. Bob Scarpa is our regional manager for what we call the North Atlantic, which includes Pennsylvania and New Jersey for the most part. So we presented or prepared a PowerPoint for you, and my real goal is to go through this, but please stop me on any slide. I really don't want to just do slides, but there's a lot of good information in here. I want to answer your questions, and really what I'm hoping we can share with you is some solutions, right? What we can bring to the table. We're very excited, for this opportunity, and just would really like to start a discussion. So, without any further ado, again, I introduced ourselves. It's on the first page for the contact. A little bit about who we are. Durham, nationwide company. Our first customer can date all the way back to 1917. Through acquisitions of companies, and Durham School Services has been built by a lot of small companies coming together throughout the country. So we're in 38 states as far as Alaska, California, Florida, you name it. With a good presence in Pennsylvania. If you look at the next slide, that just gives you a rundown of where we operate in the state of Pennsylvania. The first several districts, all the way down to Philadelphia Public Schools, are Durham. So they operate under Durham School Services. And then West Jefferson, South Park, Keystone Oaks, and Upper St. Clair in the Pittsburgh area, Western PA, operates a company called Matthews Bus, which was a company that we had acquired many years ago, and it's just become part of the family. And then West Point School District, also in Western PA, is Peterman School Bus. So all the same company, just kept their local names, if you will. Really what I want to talk about next is transition, and to kind of share with you that our transition to potentially servicing your district started with the submission of our bid, right? So when the RFP came out, that was my job. I dug in, learned about the district, and put what we thought was a very responsive proposal together, understanding the service you provide to the schools, and everything we could gather from the district. That's when it started. So as we progressed through there, I think some of you may have remembered I came to a board meeting. I was the only guy out there. Trying to learn as much as I can about the district. I've been back several times. And if you award this contract to us, the next day, you'll see us in the community, right? We'll have open houses. First thing is to get with those current employees, meet and greet them, understand what their needs are, what's important to them. It's not always just wages, right? I mean, wages are important, and I can tell you that, the union contract for Council Rock School District is an exceptional union contract from wages. So we need to figure out what else these employees need to stay engaged. That's our first thing, is to retain those current employees and engage them. Yes, sir.
I think our current employees are basically contracted with First Student.
Yes, sir.
We don't have any of our own employees, very minimum. So you would be talking to their union, it's okay for you to do that and
Yes, sir.
engage them? I don't know the dynamics behind it, so that's interesting. Okay.
And I've already had initial contact with the union representative, the
Okay.
Teamsters with them. Yes, you're correct. So, we'd have to certainly work through that because, First Student would, if it's awarded to us, would still be a current provider. But we've done it before. And, so that's where we'd start. We try and get involved in the community anywhere we can, PTA meetings, the ball fields, things that we can start letting people know who we are. And then we just work through it. We'll meet at school administrators, work with Matt, Jason, whoever, to try and get out and see the schools. Look at the route makeup, right? Look at the routes and see if there's anything there. Okay? First Student's a professional company. I'm sure they've done a good job, but maybe we'll see something or, an opportunity. I know there was some discussion about using 9-passenger vans. We use vans in just about every one of those contracts I mentioned earlier. Maybe there's some opportunity to continue doing that or grow on that. We'll talk about communications infrastructure with the district and how we go. So the transition already started, and it'll just ramp up even more should we go forward. Next slide is about safety and training. And, the best drivers are the best trained drivers and safe. And this just kind of runs down what we do. We have regular safety meetings. We have a driver scorecard, which is pretty unique. And Bob can expound on that a little bit. Every driver we have is scored, and they're coached accordingly.
So they start out with 100. We use a number of 100. And every safety incident that they have, whether it's a speeding incident, whether it's a drive cam incidents, which drive cam is a whole other training mechanism that we have, the points reduced. Anyone from a 50 or below has to go through an extensive training program. We take them off the road, we do classroom training with them, we do on-the-road training with them, and that happens every month. So every month we go through this, and we really review it with our senior VP and our corporate safety office on people who are below 30%. Do we want to take them off the road for a week? So it gets that in detail. We get that detail-oriented with the safety part of it. So there's a whole scorecard involved. It goes with years of service they get points for. So, and it eliminates. So it's a training program, which is most of what we have here are training programs. It works hand in hand with our drive cam program. Our drive cam program, we're one of the only companies that have our entire fleet is equipped with drive cam. Drive cam is a training tool and a camera that records 8 seconds ahead of the vehicle and 8 seconds of the driver. So, and it triggers when there's an event. So if it's a harsh break, what is the driver doing at that time of day when that happens? Is he following too closely? Does he not have good eye lead time? And we then take those incidences and we coach each one of those individually, specifically for that incident. So those points would come off that driver's record as well. So it's all incorporated. All of our safety items and processes are incorporated into one. And they all go right back to the driver safety scorecard.
And you'll see how it all ties in as we go together. And I'm here to tell you, we have drivers out there who keep it 95 to 100. There's some outstanding drivers who consistently staying at 100%. Just some of the other things Bob talked about, the drive cameras a little bit, and technology. We'll go a little bit deeper. child check, safety communication boards, accident investigation, safety committees, and in the index here, or the appendix, there's some examples of SOPs. So we have standard operating procedures that help our managers, our safety trainers do their job. So it all ties together. Training outline is the next one, kind of goes hand in hand with that training. Classroom behind the wheel, testing, state-specific training, anything school district specific, right? So we work real hard with our districts to include important topics from the district, right? We've had special education, teachers come and talk to us about, how to work with a child who has ASD or other specific behavior things and how to help us improve our student management. And we work hand in hand with the district, and we're happy to kind of partner up with that and say, hey, come to our safety meeting. We'll give you the whole floor for an hour or whatever, 30 minutes, in small groups, large groups. So we like to make sure we do what this, the district is important as well, not just what we think. Orientation, ongoing training, and remedial training, Bob talked about earlier. Some of that training that goes on with the scorecard, but we also, if a driver had an accident, they will have remedial, they'll be removed from service and have remedial training for whatever that may be. If they backed into a mailbox, we'll work with them on their mirrors and their back, right? And before they can go back on the road. Next, our management approach, just kind of a slide about who we are and how we look at things. Talked about safety, we talked about you as the customer, the people. As I mentioned, it's not always about wages. What do our people need? What do they want? What's important? Is it events? Do they want a shirt? Do they want to be proud to wear a shirt that says Durham? It's not always money. Community, we will get involved in the community. We have program partners beyond the bus, where we try to, it may be helping a school landscape. It may be doing reading at a particular school. Have a driver, our manager, safety person.
Yeah, we've actually, we donate a lot of buses too, so we've donated a lot of buses to volunteer fire departments for their training programs. In New Jersey, we donated 6 or 7 of them out in buses. We donated one out in Long Island, which I have Long Island as well. We've donated quite a few to the local fire departments because once a bus goes into scrap, it's got some value for us, but we'd rather donate it to the community where they can use it for good purpose. So we do that as well.
Yeah. And then excellence. We strive for excellence.
Just one thing with the customer, we do a quarterly survey. We just finished our quarterly survey. Well, actually, it's a half-year survey now with our customers. So every customer, influencer, and decision makers will get a survey and tell us how we do, right? Because we want to know how we do. Right? It's important to us to know how we're servicing you all, and your community and the people that you're in charge of. So it's important that we know if the communication is there, and a lot of it is around communication because we want that constant communication with our frontline people, our general managers, our supervisors, and our safety supervisors for that.
And then the next one is a pretty exciting slide in my mind. So we have a program called DOMO. And when I first talked to Matt, when we did our first presentation, one of the things we're really excited is we can provide data to whoever needs it. Principal at a school, superintendent, Matt Adams is a transportation director, everything from what are our action goals, speeding, on-time performance. We can give you a chart, a graph, the wheel, however you want to look at it, and tell us how well we're doing our on-time performance. We can tell you when a bus is leaving the yard. And it all kind of ties together with our system. There's a lot of technology in here where we make a good, solid schedule for the driver, expect them to be to work on time, expect them to leave the bus yard on time, and then they stay on time through their whole route. We can review that, we make that available. As Bob said, we have monthly newsletters where we share updates. That's all available in what we provide. And it kind of all comes through our technology, which again, I'll come up to a little bit later. But Dome was very exciting, everything under the sun. Fleet maintenance, just a brief slide about that. We do preventive maintenance. Starts with the pre-trip. We use Zonar, which I'm pretty sure first student probably does too. It's a system where the driver clocks in and that driver is tied to that bus. They do an electronic pre-trip, goes all the way through. That's how we track it for all the KPIs we talked about, and it all ties it together. We provide great maintenance training. We have an ASE certification program where we give financial reward as well as recognition for our technicians as they get ASE certifications, and look to get the blue seal shop, which is when the whole shop gets to a certain level. They're recognized as a blue seal shop. And then finally, most recently, we started to make our shops lean, which, you know, in turn, that's good for you as the district and the customer. The better we are, the cleaner we are, the better inventory we have, the better control we have, the better we are on time, the better service we deliver, and it makes our people proud. So that's just a brief overview of the maintenance. The technology, the next slide is just kind of a picture, but if you go to the page after that, it kind of ties it all together on the technology. I mentioned Zonar. That's our pre-trip GPS. We can provide a path report on a bus that can tell us bus one stopped at this street at this time, they opened the door, how long they were there. We can do all that. Every bus. Digital cameras, we will provide a digital camera on every bus. Two cameras and a digital system, so every bus will have that every day. Linux Drive Cam, Bob talked about that a little bit earlier. It's an awesome program. It really helps us coach our drivers. Something as simple as the driver had a slam on the brakes and we look at it and they were following too close, or they were taking a drink when they were making a turn. So it's all coachable things that help us improve their performance. Supervision is a driver license monitoring system we have. Bus report, which I'll come back to last. Domal, I mentioned earlier. Bike curve is our system that ties it all together from that schedule I talked about to a driver clocking in to their bus, to everything ties it together. Durham Bus Tracker is an app. It's free to the parents that they can track their bus. Not necessarily, they know this bus their students on, but they can't track other people's students. They just track their bus, so they know my child rides bus 5. Bus 5's at 5th Street and Pine Street, and it's 8 minutes away or whatever. So that's a free app there we can do on the phone. Bus report is a system we have that allows the community or the administration to provide us with a complaint or compliment, right? It's either you can make a phone call or it's online. And that comes through to our system, and then our manager and our team here will triage through every one of those. Sometimes it's something simple, I don't know my bus stop. Sometimes it's something very serious. The bus is speeding through my neighborhood or runs a stop sign or something. But we can track those down, and it gives us a bus feedback system for everybody. We'll put that number out there and that email out there, and it's ready to go. So that's pretty exciting thing we have to offer. And to wrap it up, before I get to any questions, I saved this slide for last on purpose, and that's recruiting and retention. And it probably should be the other way around. It should be retention first and then recruiting, because that's where it starts, is retaining your current employees. And I say yours, the current drivers that are servicing Council Rock right now. And that's where we would start. I believe we have, a compensation plan that is better than what is there right now. As I mentioned earlier, we made an initial talk with the union. Certainly we can't do anything about that until we have a contract award. We'll do an immediate staffing analysis. I know the basics, 115 miles an hour, we're short 10 to 15 drivers. But what's really behind that, I don't know until we can get in here. But that's the first thing we'll do. Is it long-term absence? What is it? Like I said earlier, it's maybe not always about money. It may be something else that We just don't know yet. We'll get engaged in the community, the VFW, you know, all the other organizations. We'll get engaged with churches. We'll get to the ball fields I mentioned earlier, you know, the YMCA, everything we can do just to see where we can fit in and find that group of employees that aren't our employees yet. Because that's what shifted a lot since the pandemic. It's a group of workers that were very near and dear to the bus world that decided not to return to the workforce. It's a fact everywhere. So we've got to find who is that new group or who can replace them, and we'll work hard to do that. It's a little different in every community. And I won't stand here and tell anybody that I have a magic wand and I have 146 drivers I can bring to council on. I will not mislead anybody. However, I can tell you that we have been successful, some areas better than others, by going back to grassroots recruiting, referrals. You know, who's a driver for us right now that has a friend or a family member? We just got to dig in, so we'll do that. We use a lot of social media, you know, everything from Indeed to Facebook, Instagram, you name it, to get the word out there and know who we are and what we're doing. Job fairs, we'll do open house events, but that's critical. That's where it will start, and I know that's a big part of the woes for Council Rock right now is there's not enough bus drivers. We realize that, and we're here to, you know, work hard at that. So that's really everything. I'm open to any questions. I hope you have some. We can tell you about us, tell you anything you might want to know.
Shall I start a certain way, or you want to go this way, anybody? Anybody want to ask a question for? I'll ask last.
Oh.
Anybody would like to ask?
Oh,
Go ahead. No, he's going to wait. Go ahead. Mike forward.
I heard you say it, but I'll ask again. You can fully staff 115 routes? Wow. You're proposing staffing.
I am. So here's what I'll tell you again. I will not be a salesman, and I will not come in and say, I guarantee.
Well, I
will
will
tell
tell
you.
you that, put it that way, because I have to live with it, right? So
I will tell you, it is still tough out there to fully staff school bus drivers. But I will tell you that I think, and until we can do it, I certainly can't prove it, that we can come in with a fresh set of eyes and an approach that we will go and look in every part of this community and find those people that want to take care of the kids, right? I can tell you that. We'll be here the next day. I believe there are people here who just got to find where you haven't looked before. So, no, sir, I cannot tell you that I got 115, but I know that's where you're at, and I know the real number was 146 pre-pandemic. So I know 115 probably just gets us to a starting point, and there's still a lot more work to do. And we would certainly start with, like I said, all the current drivers and what we do need to do to retain them for service. Yes, sir.
Couple questions. I just noticed, other than the Philadelphia School District, you really don't operate in this section of the state. Any particular reason?
Well, not specific. I mean, I can tell you that in the state of Pennsylvania and in this part of the country, First Student has more customers than us right now. In a lot of areas in Pennsylvania, there is smaller, what we call them mom and pop companies that run districts. We just haven't had the opportunity here yet. And when Council Rock came available, I came out and took a look. It looks like where we really want to be a part of it. It's kind of cyclical when business goes out to bid, and you know what comes available and what position you're in, and we're in a position to come.
Can you tell me any numbers from your worst performing district?
A worst performing district?
Or don't you have one? For example, we currently have first student, and we can find out how many routes they miss per day, how many routes they've missed this year, what's their percentage of hits. I guess, could you tell me that information from your worst performing district
Well,
that you have here listed?
I would tell you, and
I mean, maybe you don't, maybe you have 100%. I mean,
No,
that'd be
we're
great.
not. We're not.
No.
And I can let Bob answer, you know better than I, but it's probably Philadelphia.
Yeah, so
Probably,
Philadelphia right now, because Philadelphia is a very, the market there is flooded with other vendors. We're all in the same position, so everyone is short in the Philadelphia market. Currently, we're supposed to be running 217 routes. We're running around 145, 150 routes right now. Mostly due to driver shortage, we lost. And again, as I say that about every vendor in the area. First Student, Philadelphia, Philly Trans, SDA, all of them, Total Trans are all suffering in the Philadelphia market. And most of it is due to, we were 100% staffed when the summer hit. We were staffed them last year. We were running 100% routes when we finished school last year. Granted, that was 180 routes, not 217, because the district didn't have a ride share. They had a lot of closures. This year, we were scheduled to start out with 150 and ramp up to 217. We have not been able to get there. As we bring people on, we lose people, simply because the market, people are they're leaving the school bus industry because it's an older workforce. They don't want to be with the kids, even though the mask mandate's off now, and all of those other things that the government has come up with that started some of the problems is now we're dealing with. But so to answer your question, Philadelphia is my least best running district right now. We do have plans in place there with wages and sign-on bonuses and things of that nature to entice people to come over. And we believe that that's going to be, I'm not going to say it's going to be a cure-all, but it will help with the workforce right now.
And one final question, if I may. The use of vans, or your propensity to have vans or other means other than the large buses, is that something that?
I can tell you, absolutely. There's some caveats to go with that. Again, we've used vans and increased our van usage in a lot of places as this pandemic's come through. And it works a lot of times for your special needs students or your out-of-district students. It can free up a big bus, if you will. Probably the biggest stumbling block to that, and not a stumbling block, but that we would have to work through, I guess, would be the current union agreement doesn't really have a van driver, if you will, rate of pay, right? So that would be a new classification, because a van driver, the other part of it that works sometimes is you can bring in somebody who's a little nervous to drive a big school bus. You can start them out as a van driver. They still go through the fingerprints and the background checks and all that, but they don't have to get their CDL. Sometimes you get them into a van, we've done this successfully. They start by driving a van, and then 3 months down the line, they say, I'm ready to step up to the big bus, and they get a nice raise with it too. So
what I would add to that is, it's in districts right now that I'm using vans, and I'm using them in a lot of my districts, mostly out in the Western PA area. It helps with the hiring process. We're able to get people in the door, right, quicker. They go through our background check, so it takes about 2 weeks for them to go through that whole process. But once they're finished with that process, they're hireable. We can bring them on. We bring them on as a van driver. We then, as they're driving that van, we're putting them through, in between runs, AM and PM runs, we're putting them through CDL training. So they're getting paid. They have income coming in while they're getting trained. We even do that with monitors. We'll make drivers monitors so that we get them paid. Because we have paid training, but we only pay training for a certain amount of time. And I can tell you that I have all of my general managers have to fill out a driver training scorecard that we have. And it tells us how many hours in classroom that the average person should pass, get through classroom. How many hours, we equate that to days. And then how many hours behind the wheel for a CDL license. So it usually ends up being about 20 days. So we'll pay 20 days of paid training to get their CDL. But we found that it takes some people much longer So those people we make them into either a monitor or a van driver, and they are still getting paid, going through the training, and it just helps us with the recruitment part of it. So we do like using vans for out-of-district kids and as well as the sped children, because it's a little more intimate, it's smaller, it's easier to handle, and it's easier for the driver and the monitor to kind of deal with the small vehicle. And if they've got 2 or 3 kids going out of district to a charter school or the home, I know the homeless, I don't know if you guys deal with homeless kids, and they change all the time. So you can have one that's 15 miles away and then it becomes 50 miles away the other way. So it's better to use it, it's more efficient as far as the longer trips are concerned too. So.
Thank you.
Is there anything creative or different that you've done in response to the driver shortage along the lines of flexible schedule to try to?
I can tell you that we have utilized AM and PM only drivers, which means, you might have somebody that comes in at AM. And another thing we find, quite frankly, that happens is there's a group of potential employees that can only work so much for Social Security purposes, right? And as the routes get longer, the pay gets more, pretty soon they can't work 5 days a week, 35 weeks or 180 days, or else it affects their Social Security. So we try to work through that as well. But there's a lot of things that we've learned to be flexible, and that's kind of what I mentioned early on, that maybe it isn't always how much money, because there's been cases in our operations where people have come and said, I can't work anymore, I'm making too much.
I'll take it to the other extreme as well. So sometimes you have people who want more hours, right? Flexibility on that side. So becoming trainers, making them state certified trainers that can go out and train, right? So they're getting more hours, they're working in between shifts, right? Having them help us potentially in the office doing some admin work. So we have worked through that as well. We build that into our budget when we create our budgets. So on the other side of the people who don't want as many hours, we'll work with the people who want more hours as well, because we found that to be an issue on the other side where people think, the 4 or 5 hours a day isn't enough for them. They need more. And we try to work with them on that side too.
Great. Sounds
Anybody else? Yeah, Mr. Roosevelt.
I'll jump in. Are your drivers contracted to the routes that they've signed up for?
Say that one more time.
I know the answer, I understand the question. So, again, I think that's more of a function of the collective bargaining agreement. And I listened to the last meeting, and I don't know, again, it's hard for me to say 100% sure until we come in here and we get into negotiate the contract. I have the contract. Traditionally, a Teamster contract or any union, or even for that matter, a lot of places that don't have a union, you bid your routes at the beginning of the year. Okay? By seniority, the highest seniority gal gets to pick their route for whatever reason they want. They want the longest, the shortest, they want a certain school, whatever. That becomes their route. So if they're, I don't know that they're contracted to it. Certainly that goes to the employee culture that you say, hey, I really need some help over here today. Can you help me? I'll still pay you what you would normally get on your longer route, but can you help me with the other route? We've been very successful in doing that. But to be transparent, I've never quite heard it put that they're contracted. I don't see anything where they sign a contract. But I'm sure, again, it's all about management and how you work through it and how you manage those people to help you. We've got drivers everywhere in Teamsters locations that will do anything you ask them to do in any route. They'll do their route and 2 others.
So for example then, if I'm a bus driver and I work for Durham and I've got my routes, I'm somewhere in the seniority, and for whatever reason, I'm not working for you guys for a month, 2 months, whatever it is, do you guys just leave those flat and, oh, well, Mike's not here to run the bus and he's contracted for it? I mean, can you guys fill that in and move that missing thing around?
Yeah, so
Are you doing that in Philadelphia?
And I think a lot of it comes down to staffing. If we're fully staffed and we have our pool of cover drivers, now I don't know the contract language right now. I've read it a few times and still getting used to it. But cover drivers will make a little bit more money. At least that's what they historically do for my other contracts, right? They'll make a little bit more money, whether it's a dollar or two an hour more, and they're guaranteed more hours. Those drivers don't have a contracted route or a big route, right? Those drivers can do any route in the facility. So I think it really comes down to if we're fully staffed, it's an easier process. When you're understaffed and you don't have cover drivers that you can move amongst any open route, well, that's where you then end up having to kind of have that good working relationship with the people and ask, can you come off, or can you double today? Can you do a second tier? I need help with this other school. This person's out. We have to break the route up. We're going to move this tier to your route, this tier, because geographically it makes sense. So
I think so. And to maybe answer your question a little further, if I had somebody who was on medical leave for 3 months, for example, I'm guessing that CBA, or I'm almost positive is going to say that route still belongs to John Ziegler when he comes back.
Right.
But in the meantime, we figure out how to cover it if we have those standby backup drivers that we're talking about, or you may be able to, break it apart, move it around, cut it up. But again, I don't know if they're contracted. They have a bid route, I think is the best way I can put it. They bid on a route that they want. And in a perfect world, they can keep that route all year long until maybe somebody retires and a route comes open, then you post that route, and seniority people can bid on it again, the highest person, you have a rotation that way. Just, yeah.
So I think in the contract I was reading, it's a 3-day bid period.
3-day bid process.
3 days. Any senior person can bid off their route and bid onto that route. After 3 days, you take it down, and no senior person can be awarded that route. If they abandon the route, it's like a bump and roll type thing, which I don't really like bump and rolls because you're always kind of chasing a route to get it covered. But it's like a bump and roll. But a little bit more to your question is, I know that we wouldn't let a route just sit normally. If somebody's out, because that person's out, we're not covering that route, no. We will cover that route. One way or another, we'll cover the route. We've had our dispatchers go on the road if they have to because they're CDL certified. Our routers can go on the road because they have CDLs. They do it in other districts. I have general managers who have a CDL who will go on the road if they have to. Push come to shove, and there's a route sitting. They'll go jump on that route for that day. Kind of leaves us a little bit short in the office for answering calls and concerns and complaints, but it's a double-edged sword, right? We want to get the kids to school. We don't want that route sitting. So the give and take, you just have to figure it out and weigh the pros and cons.
Durham came in significantly more expensive than your competition. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I would, again, not knowing their methodology that they used, we built a wage package, and for our full-time staff and our mechanics, that rate includes the cameras on every bus. I know that there's not cameras on the buses right now. And as that contract goes through, we probably have more of an investment in more new fleet, right, as we go. They have the propane fleet in place right now, I would say that. But again, not fully knowing their numbers. I go back to kind of my opening statement. When the bid came out, we did a lot of diligence to try and make sure that we covered everything we need to do to provide you the service. And we believe we've done that, and that, yes, that is a higher price than what First Student has at this time.
I mean, I think that one of the things that that we're struggling with is, obviously, you know, the past problems that we had. To some degree, it sounds like we're gonna have some of the same problems with you guys, but we're gonna have to pay more for it, and the only thing extra we're getting for is cameras. So,
Well,
while we had, you know, a difficult time with our current vendors, is that number that you provided the best number that you can offer?
well, we did come back with a reduced number as we put it together. You know, I don't know that we can get any lower, and I certainly understand your concern about, sounds like you may have some of the same problems. Again, I love my company. I know what we do, but I'm also hesitant to tell you that I promise anything because that doesn't do you or me or us any good. But I do believe that you'll get a new vendor that has some new improved ideas. The drive cam, for example, they don't have that. And that may sound like, well, you know, what does that really give us value? But I'm here to tell you it makes the drivers a lot safer. It is a huge tool that it's not disciplinary. It
Yeah,
is
but
truly
is
coaching.
drive cam and your cameras making up the difference between what they are charging and what you are charging? Is that?
We don't have the two bids to compare with the apples and oranges, all right? We don't know what they bid, we don't know what they're charging you. I do know that there's, you know, we don't know their overhead, so we base it on our overhead, right? What we offer, the wage package that we offer to the drivers and the monitors. You know, we're responsible bidders. A little bit of a difference between us and First is they have some more work in the area, so it's a little bit different, right? So we don't have as much work in the area. Hopefully we will. We'll get it with the help of God. We'll get in here. We've got a few other contracts that we're looking at in this area. We've got ready now that we're all ready. So, you know, I think we'd be hard pressed to tell you what the difference is unless we had their bid in front of us with everything that they put on Pleaser, and we put ours side by side, and we can tell you what the difference is.
All the assumptions they make. You know, I don't know the cost of their insurance, their workers' comp.
Yeah, I mean,
With similar companies, I'm imagining it's the same, but I really don't know inside, you know, their organization to know what makes up all those numbers.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Solomon.
Hey, good evening, and thanks for coming, appreciate it. I'm just one of the ones that asked that you guys have a voice at the table here with us, and it's good that you're here to see you, to hear you. My notes are kind of blended with Mr. Roosevelt's, but I'll give you the problems that we've had this year. Parents getting phone calls at 6:40 that the bus is not available. Their son or daughter has got to be in school in less than 45 minutes. Then they get another text at 1 o'clock in the afternoon that there's no PM delivery of your child. And their parents are at work and they're scurrying around. And this happens Tuesday and happens Wednesday. They write emails. We hear about the CBA being a problem, but we don't hear solutions. This goes on. We've had a bus that's been mostly out of service all year long without any solution. So I'd like to hear, knowing that you can tackle Teamsters or have a working relationship, how would you build in what I mean is on a very strict CBA agreement to solve or come up with solutions to that scenario? Well, and granted, you may not have an answer tonight, and that's fine. I don't need you to tell me what you think you can do, but this is our problem. Now, we've added an additional service that, since that service is going in place, I haven't received an email from any parent. So I don't know if that was the magic situation, but the answer was vans. And we heard the competition say that vans are a good idea, but that was in February. In the meantime, we've had kids that have not gotten to school on a regular basis.
I can tell you, absolutely, that's where it starts, is a good agreement with the Teamsters, right? And at the end of the day, if you're not happy as a customer, that's going to affect the Teamsters too, whether they want to believe it or not, because then they lose employees we're not giving service, it has a trickle-down effect. So I can tell you that is critical, right? As far as the communication, we've learned that lesson loud and clear in districts throughout the country. You've got to communicate. And again, I can't tell you that if you hire us, that the first day I'm not gonna have a bus late or something. I can't. I wanna tell you that, and I'm telling you, we're good at doing that, making things happen. But in this current situation, I will not promise.
Right.
I wish I could.
No, and I'm good with that. But for the last 2 years, this world has pointed fingers at people for everything.
Yep.
And the thing they haven't done is said, what's the solution to this?
Well,
So I think you got 9 board members that just want to hear, we respect all of everything you said, shortage, collective bargaining agreement issues, whatever. I want solutions. And I think the parents want to hear that there's solutions to be had.
Can I just?
You can do whatever you want
All right. So I've got a long history with the Teamsters. I've worked 30 years with Teamsters, business agents, presidents of the locals. So I'm pretty confident that myself, now, obviously the people that I hire to put in the position to deal with them on a daily basis would be a little bit different. Hopefully we could bring those people along. But having it's not just communication, it's working together, right, with the schools, with the districts, to, if you have an open route, being able to move students in tier work, right? I've got some districts that we get along very well with, that will work with us on a daily basis on breaking up routes. So if we know we've got a route that's going to be open for 4 or 5 days, we go to the district and tell them, we can't cover this route. Help us to be able to move these kids to other routes, maybe 5 different routes we've got to move kids to. Extending those routes, yes, it's going to extend the time on the bus, but it's going to get them all to and home from school. It's going to prevent that parent from having to worry about getting a phone call at 1:30 in the afternoon. Yes, will the kid be on the bus a little bit longer? Yes, absolutely. But having that good, solid communication and working together relationship with the district is important, right? Districts that we don't have, well, I shouldn't say we don't have, but that are not willing to kind of move that kid to another bus and extend the 15, 20 minutes, half hour, we do have struggles just like what you just talked about. I'm not going to stand here and tell you we don't have those same issues at times. We do. Right. But we found that being able to work with principals and schools in the district and retiering some routes so that we can cover that route, be it on a temporary basis, works very well. So that would be a possible solution to that problem.
Well, and then take notes as we're talking about this, because whether you folks end up with this contract or not, this has been our #1 problem all year with as far as getting our kids to school. I mean, parents are willing to say, get them there late and not get them at all. But, what I'd like to see, if I had all the money in the world, would be that, you bring in the fresh set of eyes, you bring in somebody with that solution mindset, but it's not all the money in the world. And it comes back to a budget. So that's where we start always. But that is the problem that I just described to you, that is overwhelmingly taxed his office and First Student's office all year long. So I would give you marching orders if you were to win the contract. Take the glasses, shine them up, get with Teamsters, figure out how we can work to make this work. So we have 115 routes and 10,000 kids that need to be moved every day. And it's going to take a team to get it done.
I can tell you one other point, and that's why I put it on here. I listened and I've been paying attention. That's why it says solutions. I'll give you an example of how we operate. And again, I don't work for First Student, so I can't really say. I can tell you a customer we had in Hinds County, Mississippi, long way away, but true situation. When we took that contract over, we were able to look at the routes and realize that there were 6 to 8 routes that didn't need to be run. we put them together, we made new routes, developed new routes, and the catch to that is, I can't tell you that everybody will do that, because if I do that here, it's gonna reduce the revenue to us as a company. Okay? It'll save money to the district, which is what we want to do, because you're gonna run 6 or 8 less routes. But I'm here to tell you, if we can make that move and turn that 115 routes into 109 routes, we're gonna do it all day long. We're gonna say, hey, Matt, we put these 2 routes together, that saves us a whole nother bus and a driver. Look, it'll work, they'll be on time, and we can do it. So there's one, I don't know that solutions there.
No, and I've said, when you look at our ridership, when you go to our high schools at 7 o'clock in the morning, unless you don't know a friend in the junior level, and you have no friends that can drive, you're the only one on the bus. Everybody else is going to Dunkin', they're stopping at the Starbucks, and they're taking their friends. So our buses are not overly full on the first run, and then the second run's fuller, and by the third run, you got all the kids on the bus. So, yeah, so you have, that's the type of mindset, and when you come into this, I think this board and the community would appreciate how we can find solutions.
Yeah. And that was one of the other bullet points, the route review. Look at the route, I don't know.
I mean, again, I'm not telling you your business, and you guys know your business. Have you looked at belt times? Has anybody come to you with belt times, potentially moving belt times a few minutes? Because moving a belt time 5 minutes for a school frees up a lot more time for another tier to be added. Because if you move a belt time 5 minutes on the first tier, 5 minutes on the second tier, 5 minutes on the third tier, 15 minutes, right? So there's just little things that can be done. Now, moving belt times is a little bit different because you're dealing with the teacher's union, you're dealing with a lot of different things. So it opens up a whole nother box of ones. But, just different things that.
But it's a conversation and a solution.
Yeah.
It's an idea. It's about building teamwork and collaborating. I like it.
And we'll always bring ideas to the table. I mean, there might not be ideas that you like, and you just tell us, no, that's not going to work. But, we've had, like I said, we've had districts say, bring it to the table. We've worked very well with the round table and work things out. We've had districts say, you just need to figure out how you're going to get the kids to school.
And just one more point, I've used Domo, I've worked with Domo. It's great for analytics.
Yes.
Who's putting the data in?
Well, that goes back to, most of the data is driven right off of that GPS, right? And then
So it goes right into Domo.
Yeah, our other system, Bike Curve, it starts with the schedule and the bus being assigned to the right route. If our dispatchers do that every day, it'll populate, it'll populate it and gives you wonderful.
We use tablets now, so we're not no longer using some of our ones, so now we have tablets. The tablets are real time. Drivers can swipe in on the tablet, swipe out on the tablet, handheld tablet in the vehicle. So most of our, well, we're not 100% there yet, but most of my regions actually going on tablets now.
Great.
And it's made it so much easier. I get a report every day. I've been doing 2-3 hours every morning, creating my lists and talking to my people, right? So we have a KPI call every Tuesday morning at 11 o'clock, and we go through every KPI on yard departure, which starts your on-time performance, right? They get out of the yard on time. We build our schedules at the beginning of the year based on route sheets. So we give them a pre-trip walk time. We have a calculated an IE assessment of walk time. So they get a walk time, a pre-trip, and then a size of the bus, depends on how many minutes. And then they have to park the yard within that period of time. I get a report every day. Our goal for yard departure is 95%. We have 95% yard departure. Our 95% data capture is our goal. We're pretty close. My region is actually one of the better performing at 97. So we're over on capture, not over on yard departure. And then our on-time performance, we're performing very well in my region. Not the one I own, but we're performing very well in our on-time performance. But we'll go over every one. Speeding. Speeding is another one that comes right off of the GPS end of us. So, I have 12 facilities under my watch. They're allowed 3 minutes per facility on speeding. It's almost unheard of. And we're there. So we monitor every single one of those.
And we use the Domo to track driver recruitment, hiring, how long they're in the pipeline. I mean, it's really been a big plus for us, and it goes back to that culture, and a lot of times people don't believe it, but sometimes bus drivers really welcome that. Wow, I know my schedule, I know what time to be here, I know where I park, I know what time I should leave. And we put it on the board and say, look, Bob's been on time 98% this week, and, you know, people look at the good stuff, we don't just put the bad stuff up there. We tell them good, and that demo really helps us with that. You use that.
Yeah.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
it. I
Appreciate your
know,
time.
yeah, I appreciate your time. It's been, we're doing a good job. We're getting into it. The first round of questioning was done. I'll let Mr. Tate had a question.
Yeah, I
and then I'd
want
like
to
ask a
follow up
question.
on the important question that Michael Roosevelt was asking about cost. Did I hear you say earlier that you costed your proposal slightly higher pay rates than are what currently in effect?
Well, we certainly plan on that, and again, that's subject to negotiations. But we priced ourselves to be better than what we see there right now.
So could that account to some degree for the difference?
I'm sure it is, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, good.
And again, the tough thing is, there's some things we know. We know how much a bus costs. We're
Right,
both going to pay
right.
about the same for a bus. I can look at the union contract and say, okay, they have 10 holidays, or this and that, and that's going to be the same.
But you don't know who's making what and all those kind of down, I understand.
Right, so, and we had to make perfect point, we had to make some assumptions, who's in which bucket.
Exactly.
So we probably leaned higher on the side of more people in the top pay rank versus the newer pay rank.
Right.
They have that information, we don't.
Yeah.
So we have to make some
I mean,
assumptions.
you're also talking about the PTO that's in there, the benefits that are in there, right? The pensions that are in there, we don't know what the pensions are, if anything, right? So we assume that X amount of drivers are gonna be
Participating.
right? So we have to pay into that, we have to figure that out, right? And we need more drivers, so right now, there might be 20 drivers in the pension, that fall into the pension bucket, but as we hire more drivers, is that number gonna go up? So there's some assumptions that we have to make based on not having.
And we make the assumption, again, that we are going to be fully staffed at 150 drivers. So that cost is in there. We haven't incurred that yet. And I don't know what they do with that. You know, we have, every driver that we hire that's currently working for you, they may be fully certified in the state of Pennsylvania, but when they come to us, they're going to go through at least 8 hours of training to get familiar with all of our expectations, orientation, culture, all those things. So that's 8 hours for every one of those employees that they don't have in their bid either. You know, things like that, I can point to.
We put them through the full background anyway, even though they're supposed, first student has put them through that already, but we're gonna put it through. Because our background is different than theirs. We have different criteria, right? So accidents, motor vehicle checks, our threshold might be different than theirs, right? So we'll put them through a full background. We strive to put them through that bucket of which they would not have to do at this point, is a cost factor. Big cost factor.
If you guys don't mind, I think we've been on it for an hour, so I'd like to tie it up. But before you go, it's been productive, and it's great that you answered a lot of questions and are very informative. I wanted to focus for 1 second before you leave more on the problems that we're having and what we've been, roadblocks that we've had regarding, let's say, collective bargaining agreements, not able to, move different routes, and knowing that there's one union. So I wanted to focus a little bit on the collective bargaining units. You've been dealing with it for 30 years, so I think having you here would be worth me asking you the question about, I think, what do you know what the union is now? Is it 107 or is it?
Your union?
Yes.
Teamsters.
Well, if you don't know which one it is, it's one of the local ones.
I have
There's like four.
let me preface this. I haven't worked with this union
Sure.
for 30 years.
No,
I've
that's
worked
fine.
with unions,
Well,
and mostly Teamsters for 30 years.
Right, and I believe
Okay.
they're up for bargaining soon. Right, you might not know this one. I think they're up for some kind of agreement. I think we got an email about it before you guys were on the board. They were asking, I don't know where we fit into this, but here's with the current board with First Student, the current contract. So there's lots of unions. I think Wissahickon, which is also run by First Student, uses sheet metal worker union. So that's interesting. One of my friends that I know works there, and he says they don't miss routes. From your, I hear you talking about late routes, but I don't hear you're canceling routes, let alone canceling routes for weeks at a time. Like, to me, I don't think I've ever seen that, and I am very it's gonna be hard for me to let that go when we're canceling routes. Are you canceling routes in Philadelphia?
Absolutely.
So where everybody's doing it. So I guess my question is, would you be able to, if you come and make this contract, you have to work with that particular union? Can you shop out different unions? Or now the unions have that one union has the sole rights to work for our school district, and we have nothing to say about it?
Right, so,
Well, and a little bit about it, so they have no tie to Council Rock, you as the district, right? That collective bargaining agreement is with us, or for a student, the company, right? So it really has no tie to the school district. If we're successful and you bring us on board, we hire 51%. So if there's 100 drivers and we hire 51, we have to recognize that union.
So this union has basically sole rights to work in our school district. You can't come in and work with a separate union, you can't work with two unions at the same time. So interesting how this works, and I have a lot to learn about it. But, because I feel like competition is where you get benefits in capital.
when it
Capitalism.
comes to unions,
Yeah.
it's a little bit different.
Well,
When it comes to that part, competition,
Right.
because they're not going to get each other's feet either.
and I've heard you talk about the full contract, but I haven't heard about the split bids that were coming on. No one's really addressed that today. That would obviously be a lot easier for you guys to on board if you even envision honoring that half bid where you would take half the depot. And in that case, you still have to use this, you guys are gonna still be using the same union.
Yeah, because each yard is different, right? So they've got two different properties, they've got two different general managers, two different,
Okay,
one contract, but it's.
I would imagine, and again, I don't know if we're splitting two different seniority lists, I would imagine it's one, just out of two different buildings. But to answer your question about honoring the bid for that, absolutely.
so when does the school district get to shop out unions? Or do you have to shop out different companies?
Well,
Don't get to?
I don't know that,
I don't know, you have a look.
yeah.
It's
Is it a
not the
geographic
school
thing or
district.
what?
The school district really doesn't dictate whether there's a union or not. A union can go into any non-union facility and try to rally them. And us as contractors, we legally can't stop that from happening. And at some point, that's why in our non-union locations, you want to have a really good relationship with your employees. You want to make sure your employees know that they can come to you with every single problem that they have and you're going to solve it. Because if you give them the opportunity, or if somebody goes to a union and the union starts sending flyers out, then it's a whole nother process. We have no way of stopping that. Legally, by law, we have to allow them to try to
Organized. Organization, it's all run by the National Labor Relations Board. And I'm here to tell you, we're not adversarial with the Teamsters.
No.
So to answer that question, our whole goal will be to get in here, let's get it going, and let's take care of the service. But
But to answer your question about labor, it's not the company or the district that picks the union, it's the employees.
Right.
The employees have the right to organize under any banner of organized labor they so choose. So if the employees would decide that they wanted to go with a different union, they would vote the one union out and vote the new union in.
Okay.
Which would come with a separate collective bargaining.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to talk to us more about that offline with people that know. All right, well, I appreciate it. If anybody else has any other final questions or comments?
Mr. Hidalgo?
Yes, please.
A couple of clarifiers. Our original bid was for 7 years, and Durham was kind enough to bid for the 7 years for the West County. You're willing to honor that as stated, provided the Then we also talked about a 2-year with options of renewal, and that was for the entire scope of work. But that had since changed due to some capital needs. So could you articulate that a little bit further?
So for us to take on the whole thing for a 2-year contract, if you will, that's a huge capital constraint. You know, 50 buses and new buses, a majority of them, right? We barely get them in, and then we at risk of not having a contract. So in transparency, I share that with Jason. Now, our original bid on the Wrightstown, well, we bid both, individually, and then we came back and said, well, yeah, we'll give it a go, and we'd be happy to do the whole thing if you decided to choose us. So there was, a couple of different options there that we presented. We stand by our bid on the Wrightstown, the 55 or so buses, the smaller of the two. And we would consider that in a 2-year situation, just because we do have some buses available that are propane fleet, as I laid out, that we can bring in and put to work. So it's a little bit more favorable. Obviously, we would love a 7-year contract. We'd love to come and show you what we can do, and we're prepared to get, to go for the whole thing. We're here to serve and to show you what we can do. Now, I will tell you that getting a little time that we got to figure out what you guys would like us to do. Partly for fleet, but if we're going to be successful, we really want to get in town, in the community, start talking to those drivers, start getting in there. I mean, here we are not even at the end of the school year, and it keeps both of us up at night next school year, right? I mean, the summer used to seem like in our business you had all this time, but now it's almost like the last day of school, and you roll out of bed and it's the first day of school. So we have a lot of work to do, and that's not me putting an ultimatum or any pressure, just wanting to make sure I share that with you. But we're willing to talk about anything, and we believe we have some solutions for you.
The sooner we get our feet on the door and get in front of people, get in front of the community and start our recruitment process, if we were to get put the cart ahead of the horse here. But the sooner we have that opportunity, once it gets into May and June, we're worrying about closing up the facilities and shutting down and going, our other teams are kind of getting into the summer mode. It just makes it a little bit more difficult for us to kind of bring people in and get that support function, because we don't just do it ourselves. We bring people in, and we have a whole team that gets involved in any new startup, any new acquisition, anything new. We've got a team that gets involved.
And not just the drivers and the aides and the mechanics, but we have to put staff together of who's going to be your manager, who's going to be your day-to-day contacts that starts working with Matt. We need to really get, and it may be people, there may be wonderful people here. I'm not discounting anybody that works servicing you right now in the first student. Oftentimes there's great people and they just move to a new contract.
We would take your recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to listen to what
yours or the
administration tells us, but yeah, so we have about 3 different options. We have them in front of Jason, and one even down the line that we're not really, just on this little side note, possibility to move to an electric fleet over time if we're in that 7-year contract. Council Rock would be a wonderful place to take a look at an electric fleet. Probably the biggest barrier there would be the charging infrastructure on the facilities, since the district doesn't own them. But we've got a lot out there, a lot going. So.
Well, thank you. If we don't have any other questions for our visitors, I think we could maybe talk to Jason for a second. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stick around if you want to.
I might stick around
For a few minutes, because Jason, before we move on to the next, this is important, transportation, so what we can discuss publicly as far as timelines and what we're looking at, because the next business meeting is already in April, and I'm wondering, what are we looking at for decision?
Thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Time to,
So
if it's worth not, I mean, this is a public meeting, when else are we going to talk about it?
We are prepared to share with the board some pros and cons between going with a split bid, full award to first student, first full award to Durham. And John was kind enough to share some of those, and also some of the cost considerations. We're talking over $104 million contract over the next 7 years, so it's not a light decision. And so Matt and I have taken a list of the pros and cons with each of the options that are available to the board. And we're going to get that circulated to you so you can actually see some dollars. And obviously, the least expensive is the 2-year, but that puts us in the bid phase by the end of the 22-23 school year. And then you're looking at a process all over again during that school year, entertaining visitors with presentations. So our hope is to have something actionable to you for discussion or for consideration. We're working on contract language coterminously with both vendors, including we heard you with the liquidated damages, and we're circulating that with council and making sure that we understand what those provisions are so that we can articulate them across the table to you once we have something we feel we can share. I believe it's as late as this afternoon, Rob Cox had put his final imprimatur on a set of language that we're going to circulate to the board. So we'll get all of that to you by tomorrow morning, including the costs, pros and cons, and then some of the documentation for potential consideration.
Okay. So this is contract related, so I don't know what would be pertinent in executive session, but is there any feedback that anybody wants to give? Do you have a sense of, I'm not sure I have a complete sense of whether it's a 5-year contract, whether it's a 2, 7, what we're leaning towards, whether we're doing a split contract or going to award the whole district to one. Do you have an idea? You're going to bring all of that smorgasbord and we're all just going to discuss about it in April?
We hopefully can talk about it before April.
Okay, so how will we do this?
So the reality.
Meeting every Thursday, we can talk about it.
Okay, so we'll just add it to the agenda for another thing, which is not normal, but that's fine.
And the reality is, it depends on what the board is willing to incur in terms of cost. So the product that you're getting, you're going to pay for according to the choices that you made. So you have a menu of options, and that boils down to everything that we're talking about. We're going to talk about revenues tonight. We're going to talk about the fifth special tonight. So it depends on what the board wants to do in terms of expenditure in this cost area. It impacts other areas. So we want to make sure that the board understands clearly that if you make these choices, then there are others in terms of tax levy and program enhancements or postponements that would have to take place.
Okay, I think we're good to move on.
No,
Sorry.
thank you.
Please, Mr. Tate.
I'm uneasy with the idea of a 7-year contract. And I'm sure there's a lot of advantages to going to that length. In all of our contracts, Mr. Cox puts in an out clause. But it would feel a little easier for me to think about a 4-year contract as opposed to 7. Could you talk about why we're looking at 7 years, and if we went with 7 years, what kind of out clause is there?
So we certainly do have out clauses for non-performance, and so rights of refusal and things like that. The advantage here would be lock up the cost of the routes with an incremental increase. So I believe Durham's route was 527 for the 2-year, and then for the 7 years 512, something like that. 512, 517. Don't quote me on that. But with a 4.5% increase each year. So then you would lock in those rate increases, which would help the board navigate some of the volatility, supply chain, availability of drivers and things like that. So that was the original thought when the RFP went out through the consultant. And now we're looking at navigating some of these challenges with our staffing shortages, and as well as our procurement for timeline for buses. We're 18 months out for any new propane buses. Even if we ordered it today, we're not guaranteed to get it in 18 months. So a 2-year commitment on existing fleet, that so Durham has existing fleet that can come tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow.
Well, we got regional states, obviously, yes, we're all
Put them in motion. So they could certainly staff those qualifications
Right.
for those 2 years without the additional capital outlay. And then First Student is also committed to the same thing for 2 years. So we can certainly get that in place. But again, that's the pro and con.
Sure.
And then the consideration for a midterm contract anywhere between, 4 to 6 years, it's whatever the board's tolerance is as far as being able to capture, mitigate some of those cost controls.
Yeah.
So it's really pay me now, pay me later.
Sure.
And if you lock into a longer contract, you're going to get a more stable rate. And if you lock into a shorter contract, you're going to get less stable.
I personally could be persuaded to approve a 7-year contract if it's attractive enough, and, Mr. Cox has put in the out clauses, and the term you use, liquid damages, and that's a penalty clause, right?
It is.
For non-performance.
Non-performance, not on time, buses that show up.
Right. So I personally could be persuaded to support a 7-year contract, but I'd like to know if there's anybody at the table who's rightfully concerned about a contract of that duration. I mean, I want us to get the best contract possible, and if it needs to be 7 years, then I could be persuaded to support that. But I just wonder if there's anybody.
Let me give you perspective. What was the length of the last contract?
I believe it was 7 years.
Okay. This is not unusual, is what I mean.
Well, it is unusual. We don't sign many 7-year contracts. I just wanted to make sure that there's nobody else at the table who's going to vote no simply because it's a 7-year contract and we ought to look at other options.
And Mr. Tate, to be cynical, one of the reasons why these contracts are so prolonged is because of the capital outlay.
Right.
And there are life cycles of buses over 200,000 miles and certain ages, especially in the state of Pennsylvania. PennDOT comes down on us real hard if our bus is out of compliance. And then that really puts us in, now we have an asset we can't use.
Right.
So it protects the district from having a not so fresh supply of buses, and also protects the contractor by giving them enough capital leeway to ramp up their.
To make their investment. Yeah.
And in many cases, it's a financial decision because it's the cost over the long term, and then when, as you said, later when we look at the whole budget, right? It has to see what do you give up to do like the contract into like small increments versus having the already budgeted like 7-year terms. So that makes sense.
To answer your question, anywhere between $120,000 and $180,000, depending on features.
Okay, so, I mean, you're for 140 buses or whatever we have, it's a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I like the predictability you talked about of 4.5% increase every year for 7 years. That is another plus to 7 years. I just wanted to talk about 7 years.
Well,
that's all.
You smooth out the volatility. We look at the price of gasoline today,
Yeah.
I mean, versus yesterday. I mean, we're pushing that volatility on somebody else. Sorry, fellas, but we are.
Yeah. Agreed.
And to that point, I mean, we do have some considerations, and I know John talked very briefly about moving to an electric fleet. And that was something that really interested me as, going forward. But again, the time frame would be, anywhere from 18 to 36 months out. And we could parlay that into the end of our propane contract, but that would require some capital investment on the front end to get charging stations. And then that would also entail some considerations to possibly either purchase or more long-term lease with some little more caveats from the current property.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a big infrastructure change, and that's something that we as a district would absorb.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, I think it's a great idea too, but.
In the interest of time,
I
I felt it would be disingenuous of me to offer it as a viable option at this point. Prior to, we've got to get a contract in place for September.
Yeah.
That's really, that's our end goal right now.
Thank you.
Quick question, you said the 7-year contract total, what was the dollar value you said at the beginning?
Anywhere from 104 to 110 million dollars.
And $20 million of that would be the buses, most likely. When you're saying 140 buses times $140,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, if there's any other feedback you want, then we're just going to try to muddle along, right?
And I think you and I talked about this. The key to these contracts moving forward is that we, as Bob and Mike would say, we hit them hard when they don't deliver. I think that's somewhat of the words you guys used. But nothing scares me when you have that in a contract. And I think to me, setting the table, we ask for 5-year projections, a 7-year projection for transportation, to me, is great, but when the parents get the phone call, as soon as he's not getting picked up, doesn't matter how big the contract is. So I think for me, it's about getting a team in here that's willing to find solutions and having that verbiage built into any contract moving forward. It's a huge thing for me.
And I'd just like to state that it has to hurt. It can't be just symbolic damage when it comes to liquidated damage. It just can't be a nominal.
Mr. Adams and I are working on language that has teeth.
Okay.
What is it?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Moving on.
Thank you.
Dr. Elliott.
Thank you. So this is something that, as a district, we have to track teachers' Act 48 credits. They're required to get so many Act 48 credits every so many years, and we report it to PDE. And because we're required to track that, we have software and system that we use to do that helps us to do that efficiently. The current system that we're using, My Registrar, is sunsetting on June 30th. We found this out shortly after the new year, that they're sunsetting this program, so we will no longer be able to use it. It is not going to be an option for us. We had, as a PD department, been exploring some options prior to knowing about this sunset, because the current system that we're using is very antiquated, it's inefficient, clunky, it's very challenging for teachers, very challenging for our professional development staff, but had not prioritized moving forward with it at the time because there were other things that required a little bit more of our attention. So we had put some money in the budget for it for this year, but paused on any work just because we needed to focus on some other things. So the sunset of My Registrar has forced us to move forward with looking for a new option. The team evaluated several systems. They looked at the workflow efficiency of the system, the way that it can help not only our PD staff to work more efficiently, but also the interface for our teachers to make that more efficient for them as well, make the experience much easier. And we have, when we looked at the product, it came down to really two that we were contemplating. And the one that we ultimately decided to go to is the Professional Learning Management System, which is a product of Frontline, which is also the company that we use for absence monitoring. And by going with Professional Learning Management System, it actually enables us to have a single sign-on with our professional development and substitute and absence tracking. So if a teacher registers for a workshop through the Professional Learning Management System, it will automatically register that they need an absence recorded. If they need a sub, it will automatically go to schedule that substitute. There's a lot of efficiencies with this particular program, with tracking registrations for different PD sessions. The registration process is easier for teachers. They're able to track attendance online, which right now, what we have to do with our system with attendance for our workshops is print out a paper sheet and teachers have to sign it, and then it gets sent back to the district office. We have to double check that all those people were registered and make sure that we check them off. So obviously you can see this would improve some of our efficiencies. This particular system also automatically reports the data to the state. So all of the teachers' Act 48 hours will be reported to the state. So it really has a lot of advantages to help us be more efficient and utilize not only teachers' time, but our PD department's time more effectively. We're asking for board approval of this at the April board meeting because before the program sunsets, we need time to migrate the data out of the current program into the new program. So we need that time between April and June to get that done so that it's ready to go for the start of the new school year. So you see here on this slide, we have an agreement with them that we've been working with Rob Cox on some of the language, and we've got that pretty well finalized. By the April board meeting, we'll have that completely finalized. There were just some tweaks of a couple things, but it's a 3-year contract. And you see here the fees for each of the 3 years. The first year does include a one-time setup fee. That's part of that cost. So we're asking for board's approval of this upgrade to our professional development tracking so that we can say goodbye to my registrar and have enough time to be ready to move forward with the next system. Any questions?
Mr.
Will
Rosenbaum.
the teachers be locked into that system, or can they go out and get their PDU elsewhere?
So this is just a system for us to track their hours. It is not a limit to where they can go to earn professional development.
Okay. So they're still getting it from vendors or from other sources?
Sure, they might be
Like
going somewhere else.
with other-
Yes.
Mike.
This is fun. When I hear we're gonna get more efficient, that means, to me, we can either do something else with the time we've saved, or maybe reduce headcount. How much more efficient are we talking here? I mean, for teachers, we're just giving them more educational minutes, or more focus on it. But I don't know how big is our professional development?
Our professional development team consists of 2 professional development coordinators and 1 administrative assistant who does a lot of the data tracking.
Okay.
So it's very small.
So anything that an administrative assistant doesn't do here, you've got work for them? Okay, that's it's fine, but if you're getting more efficient here, let's use that efficiency, that output somewhere.
Yep, absolutely.
Why just a 3-year deal?
Um,
Can it go further? I mean, we're always going to need it, right?
Yeah, you know what, I think that's what they typically do, a 3-year deal. So, I mean, we can go back to them and see if they would do longer, but, you know.
If it's going to be a recurring cost,
Mhm.
why not see what?
Yeah, I mean, most of our contracts for software systems that we use, we get like a 2 or a 3-year deal. So for example, Qualtrics that we use for a lot of surveying and things, we get a 2-year deal with them, and then every 2 years we renegotiate that. And in most cases, they probably wouldn't do multi-year beyond that.
How much was my registrar costing?
About the same, might be just, it's in the same ballpark, it might be just a little bit less. But again, it didn't have, well, I'm just saying, it was clunky. I think that's the best descriptor.
If I don't mind.
Go
ahead.
Just to segue off
Sure.
this comment, Matt may know too, software as a service, 3 years is about all you're getting for most vendors.
The advantage of doing a 3-year contract over a 5 or longer year contract is there's a good possibility in 3 years the software landscape will change.
Yeah,
And
I'm justifying it for
we
you.
can move into,
Yeah.
now it's Tyler Technologies, they don't really mean anything. If the new Tyler platform continues to evolve as it has for school districts, 3 years is a good possibility on the module. We won't need to pay this after 3 years.
I just have a question for Matt. You have your blessing on this?
I did not look at it.
Okay, is it the same vendor as my registrar? Is it 2
No.
separate vendors?
This is the same vendor as Frontline that we currently use for our sub-system.
Did my registrar come up with an upgraded product when they sunsetted this to do the same thing?
We looked at what product they would be offering, and it did not meet the standards of what we were looking for in improvements.
And the prices are all kind of similar. Software is
relative.
expensive.
Yeah, they're all relatively the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So can we assume this could be consent
Is
agenda?
everybody
Or
okay with this? Okay,
Yes.
so
Okay.
easy peasy.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Technology request. Matt's here. This is really an FYI, and the request for approval will come under a normal board action for a budget transfer. But I'm going to have Matt talk about the summary we need. We need a one-time transfer to get us to the end of the year to fix some of the computers that are kind of sitting around. We want to make sure they get back into service. And the district has made a significant investment in these things, and we don't want them sitting around languishing. We also need to consider bidding the repair services because we are growing in that need. And we do want to right-size the budget allocation for next year and beyond to support those ongoing needs. So I'll turn it over to Matt.
Can you jump to the next slide? I tried to make this as small as possible.
Congrats. Good job.
What really needs to jump off the slide, in my opinion, is the pandemic put a considerable amount of equipment in the hands of kids that wasn't in the hands of kids before. When we had the Chromebooks in the classrooms and they weren't going home, repairs were minor. And we had no data to benchmark as far as repair costs would go. And you would think that the warranties that we have on the devices would cover, and they do cover everything except the stuff that the kids are destroying. So there's been a significant increase in cost there as well. I had one employee who for the last 2 years has been doing nothing but repairing Chromebooks on a daily basis. He just left to go somewhere else to repair Chromebooks on a daily basis. But anyway, so I don't have anyone dedicated to that anymore. Fortunately, we've been using CHSC for probably the last 15 years on our deployment, and they also do repairs. They have 5 people on staff full-time that just do repairs. They're doing repairs for several other districts in the county. So good, reputable company. But just from a number standpoint, on average, in January, for example, we went from 18, it's the highest over the last 3 years, to 96. And what happened is, excuse me, when we purchased the Chromebooks, we also purchased a 5% excess for buildings for this type of situation. That's exhausting. We have kids bringing in their own devices because the school issue device is out being repaired. And we just wiped out the budget very quickly. Kevin's been doing a great job. We had him start last month, and our bill was around $11,000, and he repaired close to 200 devices. So we're averaging in queue around 200 devices that need repair. Just any week if I go inventory, it's about 200. And this is everything. We're talking Chromebooks and laptops and desktops. Not seeing a lot of repairs for desktops, a little bit for the laptops, but mostly it's Chromebooks. So Jason, if you could pop over to the next slide. Right now, outsourcing the repairs to Kevin is $60 per unit plus parts. So that includes picking up. He drives to the data center once a week, picks up what we've got, repairs it, and then brings it back. And he doesn't charge us any extra for that. It's just flat $60. So if it takes him 15 minutes to repair it, or 4 hours, it's still just $60. He's also been doing some of our warranty work for us, which is great because that's a flat $60. There's no cost for the parts because he has them. If a Chromebook dies, he disassembles it and uses those parts that are so good to help us repair it. He's done really well for us. Supply chain issues have caused a problem as well. It's now getting very hard to get parts. And we just simply didn't have any past experience to base it on. So what we're planning to do for next year is we're going to go out to bid for the repairs to see if we can get a better rate than $60 per unit. We're also investigating heavily warranty option for parents. They can pay a flat fee of $50 or $75, and then that will cover the cost of the repair and the cost of the parts because they'll be under warranty. We're the only school district in the county that doesn't have that program. So I've been talking to all of the other districts, and it is different in every single district how they've done it. So I hope to come back to you in late April, early May, with a proposal that covers all of this going forward. In the interim, I have increased my budget for repairs. That's the largest increase in my budget for the next school year in case we can't find anyone that's willing to do repairs. We have a company that was repairing the Chromebooks, Stay Mobile, and they just came out and said, we can't repair your machines anymore, and cut us a check for $12,000 to cover the balance on the contract because they just couldn't keep up. And this didn't happen to us, it happened to all of the districts in the county that were using Stay Mobile. They just can't keep up with the volume. So.
Any questions? We'll start on this side. I have a question. Go ahead, Kristen.
I don't have a question. I was just saying thank you for working on this because clearly it's something that we need to do with so many devices that we have now. So just thank you for doing it and looking into it. It's really important. Thank you.
Mike.
You may have answered it and I just didn't catch it, Matt, but kid brings in a broken Chromebook. Are we eating the cost of the damage or is the...
So the buildings should be charging for those repairs, but I don't know if they are, how successful they are, or where the money's going. And I don't think Jason's had a chance to look into that
I was
yet.
just going to ask Jason. Jason who's paying for these.
We do not. We had a very small influx of revenue last year for middle school Chromebooks, but according to our revenue receipts, we've not received any income.
So my question to the board is, who should be paying for Chromebook?
I'll say. The school.
Even if it's 3 or 4 a year?
3 or 4 what?
Chromebooks. from the
Oh,
same person.
maybe the first one's, on us. I don't know. I have a hard time trying to collect money from students' families, me personally. Whatever.
My middle
So you are.
schooler broke it. And I think part of the issue here is they're delicate devices. They're being put in book packs that are overstuffed with heavy books, and they're thrown around on buses. So it's not intentional damage. It's just you're carrying around an egg. Sooner or later, it's going to break. I have a laptop that I use, and I think the motherboard has gone several times, and it doesn't really do too much other than sit on my desk. So these are delicate devices, and we're putting them in the hands of kids. They probably don't wash their hands as much as they should, not nearly as much as I used. They get sticky, and then the keyboard stick. In any case, the point is, my middle schooler broke his. It wasn't intentional, and we were charged $50. I don't know where that $50 went, but I'm pretty sure that was the story. I was excited about that. I'm like, great. I mean, I think the screen cracked just from being compressed.
So if the device is covered under warranty, we don't charge.
Okay.
If it's not covered under warranty, then the librarians, schools have the cost for the parts.
Yeah.
And they've been handling it, the libraries. So I don't know, like I said, I'm not sure how effective that's been.
I just want to, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is this the best solution? Are we using durable devices that are protected enough? I mean, can we come up, is this really where we need to be going? Or, I mean, I know we started this from the pandemic. Do we continue it? Is there another way to solve this, since this is costing a lot?
So we were driven to one-to-one because of the pandemic. We can certainly go back to 2-to-1, bring all the devices back in the buildings.
Right.
And then a lot of kids won't then have a device at home to do the work.
Right.
I'm not sure how difficult it would be to go back, because
Right.
once you've given them the device, but I'm not sure how it would impact the education process. We're not the only district with this problem.
Sure. Yeah.
Several other districts actually buy covers for the Chromebooks to protect them.
Yeah.
Kids don't use them. They take them home, they take them off, and they never go back on. It's unfortunate, but they all said, Quakertown, Palisades, even Central Bucks said, don't spend the money, it's a waste of money, because the kids just simply don't use them.
Is there a more durable product aside from the Chromebook?
Not that I'm aware of. The ones we're buying are designed for the educational environment. They're business class, so the parts are available for 3 years.
Right.
If you go non-business, like you go consumer, you're only guaranteed parts for 90 days. So we're doing business class, and they are designed. One of the things we have been doing probably since December is we've been looking at all the Chromebooks that are out there. We think we're going to go with start standardizing on Dell, because Dell's lay flat. They're much more rugged. They're built better than the Lenovo's. Over the past few years, we've been going with the low bid, and we've been buying the Lenovo's, and they just haven't worked well for us. So in my conversations with Mr. Cox, we have enough ancillary evidence to show that it's not cost effective for us to go with Lenovo's anymore, so we're going to standardize on Dell.
If I may, you also have a policy consideration with your devices. If the board were to decide to charge for repairs beyond warranties, we could build that into the policy, and then that becomes a student obligation. And whether or not the parent pays it, it still lives on their obligation line until they're a senior. And then just like a lunch debt, we'd be required to make an attempt to collect it. In my prior experience, we did go with a different product, and we also did procure cases that would qualify for the upgraded warranty, which would limit the district's exposure in terms of cost from the outset, but would also provide an easy exchange if the device were to become damaged. So there are some considerations there as well. And the district can also decide to mandate an insurance payment or a co-insurance payment, and just similar to your student accident insurance, it's just making them aware. And if you're going to issue a laptop, the parent has to sign off I'm going to take full responsibility per the policy and cut a check.
I think there are some districts too, and Matt, you may know this, where the students don't take the devices home in certain levels. So elementary students, the devices, even though they're one-to-one, the device stays at school. They don't transport it back and forth. In most cases, high school students they're always bringing them back and forth. And middle school, again, that would be, we have to think about that. Given, our use of Canvas and how our students are utilizing Canvas to get their assignments and see things, one of the things that we have to be cautious about is, particularly at the secondary level, because we don't use Canvas at the elementary level, is if we wouldn't be sending, say in the middle school, sending the devices home, we need to make sure that every student has the ability at home to be able to get into Canvas and at least see what their assignments are, or be able to participate or engage in some homework or things they have to do. And and that might mean that we'd have to potentially ask families like, does your child need to bring this device home to be able to complete any work at night? If so, we need to know that. If they don't, and then we'd have to look at where do we store them if they're not taking them home? Because obviously one of the things that we do in the policy that we have for the devices and the agreement that parents sign at the beginning of the year is the students are supposed to charge them every night so that they come to school fully charged, ready to use all day.
I know you have the numbers here, and they are kind of staggering, but do you have it broken down by, I don't want to say grade level,
Level, yep.
by level?
Middle schools beat out the elementary schools just slightly with the number of damaged devices. So your highest number of buildings, the two middle schools have the highest number of broken devices. Middle schools, or the elementary schools, come in, they're only about maybe 15 or 20 higher than the elementary schools, and the high school numbers is much, much lower.
Wow.
I thought it was going to be the elementary schools. When
Yeah.
I did the numbers, I thought, but it turns out the middle schools.
Like you said, trying to think outside the box, like you said, maybe what we do is, the elementary schools, they leave their devices in school or something, or something different. I mean, maybe we can even have kids repair some of these things.
So every year, I go to P&C, which is a technology conference in Hershey, and there's always a school district that talks about the success of their student support program, where students are doing the tech work and they're repairing devices. Well, it requires a teacher to supervise them. And then they have to have time in their schedule to do that. And when I talk to the building principals, there really isn't a time slot in the schedules right now. Now, if we change the way that we schedule things, we could probably do that. But that's been our biggest holdup, is there's no room in the schedule. Is a kid going to choose PC support or Algebra 4? Or one of those foreign language, and then having a teacher who's willing to supervise them.
Well, I'm sorry if I could jump in.
No,
I was
please.
thinking along the same lines, and I'm looking at you and Mrs. Marcel because of NBIT. Is there an opportunity for us to somehow partner with NBIT and their programs to have some of their students?
That's actually an excellent idea. I've never considered. I'll look into that.
Thank you. I'm done for the day now.
That's awesome.
Good.
What can I say after that?
Same thing?
So right now, if someone keeps breaking their Chromebook, there is no penalty of any sort, right?
So I wouldn't go that far. I know that the building administrators are aware of the children that are keeping the technology together challenged, and I do believe they are taking disciplinary action. I think it was at one of the middle schools, there was a student consistently breaking, and I know that he got suspension and some other things. They fixed the problem, and it wasn't a technology problem, but they fixed it. So.
But shouldn't the students learn responsibility if they know that if they don't take care of their equipment, then there is some kind of penalty? And I don't know if it has to be necessarily financial, or there must be some kind of contract with a student so they understand that they have to take care of it. This is something that the school gives to them. it's a privilege that they need to.
Right, they do sign an agreement that says that they will take care of the equipment, or whatever the disciplinary process is in the buildings will be followed. And I know that they are following that disciplinary process, because there are students where we've seen on the tickets, 1, 2, 3 repairs, and then they stop. So
Because a disciplinary action happened?
I believe that's why it stopped.
Real quickly, I think that's a really good point. It's privilege, and I think we ought to withdraw that privilege from a middle schooler who repeatedly breaks a device. Elementary school kids are different. I had a couple thoughts regarding, to your point, Dr. Elliott, about grade level. You know, at one point I remember a conversation around the table about elementary kids getting too much homework. And I'm wondering, do elementary kids really need to take home Chromebooks? I mean, it's something I think we can revisit.
Since I have elementary kids, can I help with that? So my son is in first grade, and we actually asked the teacher to keep it at the school so that he doesn't, because there's no reason for him to transport a Chromebook.
Yeah.
So it stays at school, he still uses it there, but it does not come home. We also have one at home that we bought from before, if he ever needs to use it.
To my point, and there's one other.
What would,
No, wait.
add one more?
Wait, no, I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
We've talked about less screen time for kids, and yet we're saying elementary kids should be taking home Chromebooks. That seems to me to be a conflicting messages too.
So I was just gonna add, so my daughter's in 6th grade, which is very different. And so she switches now for science and social studies. And so one of the teachers in 6th grade does almost everything on the computer. And so you actually, if you have that teacher, you actually have to, because almost everything is on the computer. And so, I think like 6th grade, you know, they're getting ready for middle school. So I think in that grade, maybe it's a little bit different.
Sure.
But I think it would be interesting to ask the teachers, maybe if there are some things for higher grades that are being done on the Chromebooks. My daughter tends to not do as much on the Chromebook, but when she puts it in her backpack, like to Mike's point, that she's sliding it in, and there's no room for other things. And I don't know why there's so much going back and forth every day, but yeah, and she's trying to be careful, but they also encourage them to charge them at home, because sometimes they don't have enough charging spots in the rooms, in the classrooms. So, you know, I just think some perspective, like from the schools and the teachers, might be helpful for us. But I agree with you.
I wouldn't dream of imposing anything without.
Yeah, like certain grades, I don't think need it, you know.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I'd like to make a comment, if I could, so everybody had a chance. So you said most of the repairs are being done are covered by the warranty. Is that different than the buying business class, or is that somewhat the same warranty?
No, it's the same warranty. One of the things that they don't cover is the screen damage.
Sure.
And once again, it depends on the manufacturer, it depends on what's specified.
Right.
We're going to try to work that into the bid spec this year for the bids, for the Dell Chromebooks. And we'll do a price check. I mean, if it's an extra $200 for the warranty for the screen's only around $100.
Well, this is what I had observed when we bought thousands of Chromebooks since I've been on the board, and I thought, you know what, at some point I self-insure, you know, and I don't go with the extra bells and whistles that are being sold, because it's usually just a commission for somebody, especially when we're buying in big bulk. I'd like to see if that's actually made out, that we've made out to have the parts for 3 years versus 1 year, because I think there's always these second, whatever, you call it knockoffs, but you know what I mean, it's aftermarket products or whatever, that you can replace almost everything, because that market is very full for computer parts, because I fix everything. So I would like to see us maybe an analysis and maybe, because I think the expenses that we pay for the Chromebooks, when I see what I'm paying for mine and what we're paying for them to get 3 years of parts, and then it's not covering the parts that are breaking, I'd like to look at a different way of purchasing, maybe in self-insuring instead of paying this extra cost that we might not be, I don't think we're using, and we're still stuck. The other point I wanted to make, well, before, just go ahead, please. I
In
have to
response to
leave.
that question,
Yes.
New Hope does a self-insure,
Yeah.
but they also have a technology fee. So every student has to pay a technology fee.
Interesting. Well, we'll see what that costs, and we might have to add that into the budget or prorate it into the budget and, make it manageable for people. But the only other part, when we talk about, I don't like asking people for bills, that are already paying their taxes, and it's a public school, it's not a private school. If I'm okay with the policy of charging somebody if they're breaking it, that's fine, but you should give them the option to use their own products that they can break on their own all they want, and it's not going to be a problem. And also allow them maybe just to use it in school, keep it in school, and not take it home. Because I know the rule now is you're not supposed to bring in your own computers, I think I saw, at least at the high school level. And I'd like to see us relax that policy. I know there's a security issue, but at the same time, if we're going to pay people we're going to make people pay for a broken product that they don't even want to use, that I sometimes have a hard time reading screens. I would like to see people be able to use the devices that they're comfortable with, because everything's cloud-based on Google anyway.
So I believe the reason the students at the high schools aren't allowed to use their own devices, the fact that we use a product called GoGuardian inside the browser that allows us to monitor the websites, monitor the activity of the students, and can control it in the classroom. And there were students bringing their own devices, and their parents wouldn't permit us to install those extensions on their devices. So it actually created an environment where students could cheat on exams and tests and other assignments because the teacher couldn't control or monitor what they're doing in class. So to eliminate that, to level the playing field, I believe that's why they chose
So
that.
taking the examinations on a computer in the classroom?
Not just examinations, other things that they're doing.
Well, they're cheating on examinations. So, yeah, it's something to look into. Obviously, I don't want to throw it out the door because of a few bad eggs, and maybe there's another letter of understanding that they're expelled if they're caught cheating. So there's got to be a way to monitor them even without the GoGuardian on it. So there's got to be a way to work it out, is all I'm saying. Some flexibility and workaround. Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up to your first statement? You would like Council Rock to warehouse spare parts, have the technicians in place to put the spare parts in the
No, I never said
I thought
anything
you
like
said you
that.
wanted extra screen spot and stuff.
No.
Oh, okay.
Didn't
I
say
was
anything
gonna
like
say,
that.
I can't.
I said you can go on Amazon, Google, or called computerparts.com and get something when you need it.
But
We're not warehousing
fixing
them.
We're not fixing it. Is what you don't want us fixing it. Matt, you don't fix it. You
We don't
can't.
have the resources.
You don't have the resources. You don't have the manpower to fix it. So.
No, I'm talking about buying business class versus regular. You're paying for insurance and the idea to have parts. Parts for 3 years versus 90 days. I don't know anybody's going to guarantee you sell me a product. Dell's not going to say, oh, I don't have this for 90 days and we're done.
I'm unaware of a business class Chromebook.
Well, that's what I was talking about. Nothing about going in-house or anything like that.
What we could do as well, Mr. Frederickson could work with Dr. Sanko and the principals and bring in the tech specialists to maybe get some feedback around thoughts on, do we, say at certain levels, not allow them to go home? So say at the elementary level, the Chromebooks don't go home, except maybe there are times where we do let them go home because maybe there's a project they're working on or something that they'll need it at home, and then have some conversations around the levels. And that could also help to minimize some of the repair costs as well. So that's something we can definitely look into.
Yeah, Mr. Selma.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to answer this and if they can even be answered, but when you look at this historical data that Matt supplied us with, obviously late 19, 2020 is the pandemic, and 21, 22 is where we are today. Are we ever going to go back and run a school district like 2018, 2019? Or are we going to be so dependent? And this is a guy that wanted one-to-one Chromebooks, but are we going to be so dependent on these Chromebooks that we're looking at $100,000 in average cost in a technology budget that's been slashed for years? Are we ever going to get back to 2018 where we had a $10,000 average cost? Are the Chromebooks augmenting education, or are they taking over education?
That's what I wanted to pick up
Yeah,
on.
because, I mean, there's a recent article, I think it was Ed Week, a couple weeks ago, talked about the pandemic has hurt kids with the amount of screen time that they pick up and are using it. And you mentioned that. That was the notion why we shouldn't go to Chromebooks years ago. There was a concern from parts of this administration about screen time. So, I mean, this, to me, if we are going to stay with Chromebooks for infinity, well, my kids come home and use the larger screen because they're spent by the time we get home. And then this is going to be a line in our budget that's going to constantly increase. Whether you charge the families for insurance, you're constantly going to be replacing these vehicles. And I question, is that where education's headed? Just something to think of. They're not expecting an answer. I'm concerned about, here's your Chromebook kid, I'm going to stand up here and I'm going to shoot lessons to you, and that's how the world's going to move forward. Because I would venture to say, the next couple of years, we're going to have enough PSSA scores to say, what are we doing? What are we not doing? And I'm going to say, whether I'm on the board or not, if we're going to continue doing Chromebooks and rely on that and not augment education, we're going to have bills up to God knows where in our budget built in every year, because to me, this is not education for our kids.
Especially if the elementary.
Where is
College.
education going actually? I mean, I listened to that and I'm curious, do you think it's going to that direction? I mean, how important is technology?
I think, technology is a really valuable tool in education, and it's something that we want our students to be able to learn how to use. I mean, look at the business world, look at industry. Everybody's using technology. We're engaging with each other via Teams or Zoom, or there's so much that has changed in how technology informs what we do and makes our work more efficient or changes the way we work, that we want to make sure our students are prepared for that. But to your point, Mr. Solomon, technology is a tool that, just like, I think I said this a couple of years ago when we talked about our tech integration specialists. So, there's a noted author, George Couros, who talks about technology as a tool much like a pencil. There's a time where a pencil is the right tool to use, and there's a time where a computer is the right tool to use, or a piece of technology. And we want to make sure that our students have the ability to be able to use that tool and have it available, but not go down the path of everything we do is through a screen, and making sure you can't do a science lab effectively through, a computer. And we tried to do as best we could virtually during the pandemic, but it's not the same. There are things that need to be hands-on. There are things kids need to actually be doing. And using their hands and writing or manipulating math manipulatives and different things. But there are also times where the Chromebook or the laptop is the right device to use to support their learning. And we have that
I'm
now.
not discounting that, but when you look at 2021, where we lived through the world of hybrid, 4 days, 5 days, whatever we did, then you look at this year where we've been back the entire school year, these numbers are staggering. Damaged Chromebooks. Not to mention the costs in a budget that has been hit for years of technology. And again, I'm not going to change my question. I mean, I like 2018 and 19, the numbers. And I'm going to write off 20 and 21 because, I know, I'm sure. But 2021, most of the kids stayed home or with that whole process. But these numbers, if this is the future of Council Rock and our school districts, this is an incurred cost, $100,000.
Versus 10,000.
That's just that's just.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think what would be interesting for us to research as a district is, so we became one-to-one because of the pandemic, and there are other districts of our same size that have been one-to-one for a longer time before the pandemic. So it would be interesting to maybe find out what's their repair budget like? Do they have things like what Matt's talking about with the technology fee or other pieces that help to offset costs? To really find out what are some of those districts of comparable size doing, and maybe learn some lessons from them to see what could we do, because you're right, this is a significant amount of money, and we need to try to figure out how do we minimize it, and what are some solutions we can
Just to
come
be
up
honest, I'm not against the technology. I mean, I push for a one-to-one in our school through our PTO. I embrace technology. I like the fact that my kids, I told the story last year, my kid was running Zoom meetings in third grade. It was the funniest thing you've ever seen. Thank you, pandemic. But I question, are we doing what's the best for kids?
Yeah, I think at the elementary level, we're way too deep into it. And maybe at the high school levels, like you said, it's great that your kid's running a Zoom meeting in third grade, but really, should he be? Like, the interpersonal skills and all the other stuff that you miss out on, especially in those primary grades, is killing them, because this is all they do. You know what I mean? I got my grandkids now, they come to my house and they go on a computer and they go on YouTube and they watch this, that, and the other thing. And it's wrong. Instead of sitting there and maybe talking. I mean, I think it's great that you introduce the concept of technology to these kids, and as you go along, maybe you build on it every year after year, so when a kid's in high school, he's ready for college, when this is going to be a bigger part of his life. But a second and third grade kid, he should be learning the interpersonal skills. He should be with that teacher on one-on-one. He should be with his classmates. He shouldn't be looking at a cute computer, and I think we should probably try to minimize it as opposed to giving it to everybody. And I think, like you said, if most of the repairs are at the elementary school and the middle school, let's limit their access to it. Don't let them have to take it home unless it's for an emergency. Give them the protective covers, because even though you say they're not going to use it, they're the ones who are most likely going to break it and drop it. And guess what? You have to keep it on there. This is part of your responsibility. If you want this piece of equipment, you have to keep it on there, because this is going to protect your equipment. I would like to really discover, like I said, look into minimizing the technology at the primary grades as opposed to making it more readily available.
I was just going to ask that, sorry, I was just going to ask a clarifying question. I'm trying to remember when, our Chromebooks actually were in, because for a while, it was like they were coming in waves, and so I kind of looked at those numbers thinking that it had to do more with that we have all those devices in that last column. But before that, weren't we having certain waves?
I think most of the runs were in by the end of June of last year.
June of last year, okay. Just because I remember a lot of people using their own devices for a certain amount of time, and there being a transition, and so it seems like
It took 11 months for the Chromebooks to open.
After we approve.
So if you were looking at those numbers and trying to make a projection for next year, do you think that last column is so high because of that, or do you think we're going to keep having that?
I think we're going to consistently have high
just
numbers.
because we have that many devices.
Because we have that many devices.
Okay.
Yeah, I increased my budget to $240,000 for repairs for next year, which is a huge increase. And that's just assuming we maintain the same rate that we are right now.
I mean, I definitely think if there's a way for us to do something for elementary, potentially that's fine. But I do think that it would be helpful to find out for the older grades, to have some insights. Because like I said, I know that there's one class in the 6th grade, Feinstone, that teacher is using the Chromebook for math and a whole bunch of things. And so I just don't know how that would impact the students,
Yeah, I'll talk
their
to
teachers in that.
I'll get with Dr. Sanko, and we'll get with the building principals and have conversations with them, because they live and do it every day, and try to get some information to you in a couple of weeks.
All right, Mr. Roosevelt.
Thank you. I'm interested about the repair costs and all of that, where that comes up to, and I'm sure that we can come up with solutions. But what I'm really concerned about is the education. Dr. Elliott, you mentioned that there are school districts that were doing this before the pandemic. What I'd like to know, and maybe this is the key to get that knowledge, is has there been any educational studies done on how this impacts learning, and what has been the impact of their education, because we have a data set that is existing before the pandemic. So I would echo Mr. Tate's comment and what Mr. Salmon was talking about with respect to screen time. I really don't, what is this doing to the development and the education? How many of us have been out in public, either before the pandemic or after the pandemic, and seen a kid frustrated at technology, right? They get frustrated with it. It is a tool. It can be used. There's a time and a place to use it, but I agree with what Mr. Hickey was saying. I would like to see the educational data that supports that devices, specifically in elementary school, is an improvement to learning, or is it a detriment? And if there's school districts that were using this before the pandemic, that's very useful information to get that, because we don't have the, well, everybody went to it for the pandemic, and there's learning loss associated with the pandemic. Tracking where that learning loss is, I'm not necessarily convinced that it's exclusive to kids being at home. It could be, in part, that you have a lot of kids on electronic devices with more screen time. That could be part of it. So finding this data from early would be really interesting. I'd be fascinated if there's studies. I'd be fascinated if we've got any internal data on how this educates our kids, and with these other districts that had it before. I think we should, that would be a good use.
I know that all the research, and I haven't looked within the last 2 to 3 years, but all the research before that stated that kids having access to technology improved learning, but there were no studies out there that showed a one-to-one program had any kind of significant impact at all, which is why we never pushed for it. Because if the kids were able to get to the Chromebooks in class when it was appropriate, that was more important than them lugging them back and forth and everybody having their own, which is why we came up with the 2-to-1, one Chromebook for every 2 students. That's how we came up with that whole process.
Yeah.
So with all due respect, I really want to move along on the agenda, because this item is all about just transferring money into a different budget for this year. And I think we should add it to the academic agenda for 2 weeks from now. I really think I have a lot more we could discuss. I think that should be an added item to that. But for the sake of the fact that we have a lot of big items to still go through, if there's no other comments, I would like to see if we could add that to the Education Committee as a discussion item to talk about the technology.
We are still formulating our agenda for that meeting. I know at least one topic that we have scheduled is the results of the Cropper study, the demographic study, and I expect that will take significant time during that meeting. So as we develop the agenda, let's see if we can include this as well.
Is there any other comments, please?
I would like to make one comment.
Go for it.
Only a little one, and it's because Mr. Adams is over here.
Absolutely.
Can we jump?
I was just going to ask.
Okay, I don't want, Matt's going to be getting up early. Can we, he's
Yeah.
the last item on this agenda. Can we jump? Oh.
That's wonderful. No, I actually thought the transportation was already done with Durham here, and then seeing Matt coming.
So we've invited Matt here
Absolutely.
for some kudos. Matt's been in front of the board several times, and I wanted to make a plea and give him a.
I'm sorry, but we have to make sure we have a consensus on the agenda item for the transfer of the. That's just want to double check. Does anybody have a problem with that and that's consent?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. So if we go to the next slide, transportation services in one graph, you can see there are timelines in red where our team, along with First Student, and I would say mostly our team, has made some adjustments to routes and how services are delivered. We've added some vendors, we've done some route consolidations. This is since the beginning of the school year. So you see the trend line is going down until the far right, 14th of February, where we added Sarah Car Care, and then First Student added 6 passenger vans. We're at a near zero. Now that we had a hiccup, we had an oops. We did have an outage today in the morning, but it was covered in the afternoon. So we're hoping that that's the exception, not the rule. So our goal is to get to zero. But I wanted to give this slide to the group so that you can see the work that's been done. As peaks have gone for mass routes, there's been an intervention. So there have been solutions that have been implemented, but it's this never-ending run of challenges, and it's kind of like chasing after the unicorn. Matt's team has been trying to find that, or whack-a-mole, using the solution for one, and then another problem pops up. So we want to make sure that this group was aware of that. Comments, thoughts? All right.
Yeah, quick comment.
Sure.
Sarah Care went into play. You said that first student added vans.
Yes.
Is that after they sat through 9 of us telling them they need to come up with solutions?
Yes.
Or was that on the way?
Sarah Park Care was on the way.
We knew that. I'm talking about the first student.
Vans happened as a result of knees under the table in the fishbowl twice.
Okay. Well, if that was ever to happen again, I want to hear in September, not wait until February. All right? Hear that, Durham? No, it doesn't wait until February. We bring them in as soon as we identify a problem.
I did like second week of February.
Bring them back in front of these 9 players here. We'll read them the right act.
So we're coming back to
Thank you.
this group for additional vans. We have additional 9-passenger van need for Council Rock special education students. Matt can speak eloquently to this, but really this is all detail of what our van usage is. I won't go into it because it will make your eyes glaze over. Matt has the problem well in hand. We have a confluence of need where we have special education students who need a ride, we have activities who need a ride, and then we have the occasional, get this kid from one building to another because they have a need in another building. So we would like to purchase 2 additional vans using access money, which is outside of the general fund, but it's fully reimbursable for the federal program, the same way that we did the other vans, so that we can procure those and, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, to stop renting the vans that we currently use.
Yeah, and for a lot of reasons, mainly due to the act this year that allowed kids to, penalty-free, repeated grade, just at parents' discretion. The Achieve program has grown by 1 full class, which equates to a need of 2 vans for that class, for their community engagement, for their community instruction, for their trips. And, in order to not interrupt that, we've been renting vans for them since the beginning of the year at $3,000 to $4,000 a month. So,
No.
yeah.
That will be gone next year, that bump. But I'm still saying, what we've been experiencing, whatever you need from a transportation vehicle for us to have our own vehicles for the van sizes, I think is an asset that we can use many different ways.
Yeah, and I met with Chuck and the whole team in Chief, and the kind of the feeling is that once that class appears, it doesn't go away. It's kind of like, once you give up places, then you can't take it back. It's, so once the class is there, and once the teachers and the schedules and all of the work that goes into it happens, then that class will remain there. So that need is going to stay.
I'm not sure, because I believe it's 2 classes graduating this year, and then next year will be 1 class. We'll be back to normal schedule. But we still have the need, but it's not like we're going to have double the need next year. It actually goes back to normal unless they allow people to repeat again. But the 2 classes will be graduating this year.
Mr. Howell,
Right.
Act 66 does allow an additional year, so that is the spike we're experiencing in the need. But we also have a need to replace existing vehicles. So what we're looking to do is be proactive to meet the need, to avoid the rental costs continuing through the end of the year, and use a similar process that we did to procure the other vans.
I think we'll use the vans one way or the other.
We certainly will.
You said fully reimbursable?
Yes, sir.
So what's the downside?
There is none.
Maybe that money's not being used other places?
So, no, so the access program is thoroughly reimbursable for educational expenses for special education students only. So if we continue to anticipate that need, we will then have buses that are separate and sacrosanct for that group of students. So it would be Achieve's vans for their sole use, so they wouldn't be competing for activity runs or one-offs to take students where they need it.
But by the same token, if we're using these vans that we purchased for the Achieve program, then what we're currently using, though, can be used for something else,
Correct.
if needed.
Yes. It only enhances our options as we respond to the emergent need during the day for student here, student there, drop off, pick up, that kind of thing.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have, I mean, this may sound silly, but you're buying more vans, you have drivers to drive them? I don't want you to come back in a week and tell me, now I need to hire some people. Okay.
No, it really boils down to the availability and time slot for the vans.
It's the Achieve program is that the individual teachers will drive the vans. It's all the educational programming that they have, so they're all good as far as drivers.
Okay, so we'll send that home, thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks,
We all appreciate the job.
Good results. Thank you very
I
much.
hope 2 hours sleep feels like 10.
All right, these are, if you go back, Matt, can you go back to slide 9, please?
Well, since you don't have a number. I went too far, sorry. Give me a second. Exactly. 9?
Yes, sir.
Number 9. Number 9.
Just a quick food service update. We are going to have an on-site audit the 22nd to the 24th of March. We will have representatives from the Department of Food Nutrition at Churchville, Birmingham Welsh, and Ricetown Elementary. Each of the buildings have been alerted to it. Truckwells is on board. We've done a lot of pre-work in the business office, answering questionnaires for food service. This is a biannual on-site visit, and they go through soup to nuts. It's more thorough than a Department of Health visit. They do our accounting procedures. They see the students come in, take the meals, make sure they're a chargeable meal, make sure they get all the necessary items, talk about food safety and all that good stuff. We hope to have that audit report back before the end of the year so that we can make corrective actions if necessary, and we do not anticipate any challenges. I almost emailed the board and told you we had to buy a new freezer. However, shout out to Tom Crow and Doug Taylor and their teams. They're fixing the freezer, I believe it was at Welch. We were about to rent a trailer for a freezer trailer, so that we could make sure that we're on site for the audit, but they were able to procure the parts, and we're hoping that that is fixed before the end of the week.
Well, considering the age of that building, I had a real problem with replacing a freezer. How long has Welsh been open?
Well, it's a built-in. The challenge is it's a built-in, so it'll be the coils and the compressor, so those parts are readily available.
My thought process is it's new. That's the problem. That building has only been commissioned a couple of years.
Right.
So it's also a new freezer, so there's something else happening here. So.
Sure. So that's food service. Policy. In January, I brought to you 211, and I made a couple of recommendations because the board's policy did not match the intent of the insurance coverage. I'm happy to report the board now has an option instead of amending the policy. And if you'll indulge me for a moment. The first option is to revise the current policy. That's in draft in board docs. That costs us nothing. So there was a cost savings measure that was yielded in the previous year's budget. The policy did not catch up to the board's action and the insurance coverage change. But I've learned on our revision, our policy renewal meeting, that we have two options. We can keep our current language and make sure it reflects the current policy, to reflect the current policy at the cost of two options. $54.94 a year, which includes a $25,000 max medical, or reinstate the original coverage from the 1920 school year, which would be duplicative of the PIAA coverage that has now been made available. So all students are covered if they participate in PIAA sports. They're covered by PIAA for up to $5 million in loss. That was really the lion's share of that $50,000 risk mitigation in the policy. So if you were to ask me to make a recommendation today, I would indulge you, I would beg you to consider adding the 5494 to our book of business with the insurance company to keep the policy in current, to keep policy 211 in current force, simply because if we do, we mitigate some potential legal exposure and research and interrogatories with a potential claimant in excess of $5,000 a week. You know, the attorney's fees alone for one case could cost that much just in interrogatories to be an out-of-district or out-of-court settlement. So it's wise to put this kind of a mitigation in place so that you have the coverage, the nurse can give out that accident form, then the student's medical coverage at home starts off to cover, but it's always the specialist, or it's the ride from the ambulance to CHOP, or any type of durable medical equipment that this policy will pick up on that's not normally covered by the student's home health insurance.
If we hit that 25K, then who pays it? The student?
It's the subrogation law would force the coverage for the student's original medical coverage. So their Blue Cross Blue Shield would cover theirs.
Okay.
And then this policy will cover the incidental. So for instance, if a student broke an arm at field day, requiring pins, and an ambulance ride to CHOP, the ambulance ride is not necessarily covered by the health insurance. And that's an additional cost that's borne onto the parent. So we will want to make sure through this type of coverage that cost would be borne through the insurance. This policy will respond to that which is not covered.
And I get that, and I'm fine with that. It's just, so, but we cap out at 25.
Correct.
Per incident.
Per incident.
Okay. That was my question.
Sure.
I'm fine.
And this was not available when we originally discussed it, and it was not available when the board made the decision to lower its limits. So I think this is an excellent way to keep the board's original intent for the policy, because it is something that I think we can afford and we should make available to our students. But also the 24-hour round-the-clock insurance is still available to parents, so they still have that option.
I would say, I'm glad we had the optional. I mean, the optional 24-hour coverage to also give that. What kind of timetable are you looking? Because it's not on the agenda, so we need some time to go back to the insurance company.
Well, we've had our pre-renewal meeting, so we're already filling out our applications for next year. So what we would do is we respond to our broker that we would like to include this coverage.
So we have time to.
We certainly do.
Okay.
And we would bring the entire book of insurance coverage to the board at a finance committee meeting so you can read it.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? Okay, next item.
Thank you. Budget timeline. This is just a calendar. This was distributed before I came. This was made before I came. We just changed the name because now I'm responsible. Backtracking to the 6/16 board meeting, the board would be obligated to approve the final budget, and that would be the Super Bowl moment to consider a tax levy if so desired. We have the 10th of March, which is tonight. We're talking about revenues and projections. Next month, we have the committee meeting to review expenses and contemplate the tax impact. So we've distributed the request along cabinet for a second and third look, and what has to go and what has to stay, and consider any budgetary implications that could be moved to capital expense. If we want to buy equipment that's going to last more than a year, then we may use fund balance to transfer into that area. On the 5th of May, you have a board meeting to consider the proposed final budget, which is really the first legal crack at the apple that the board has to consider a tax increase. It does not obligate the board to the increase. My recommendation at that time would generally be to go to the max tax increase and then work your way down. But it's our intent to get lower than the Act 1 so that you have an actionable budget perhaps by the 5th so that you can understand what that tax impact will be. And then on the 12th, we have another, we will present the final budget, we have the discussion, make our final recommendations. And then 27th, we have to have it publicly viewed by the community. It'll be on our website, it'll be on our central office in our school buildings. The PE 2028 is a very, very long form. It shows all the aggregations of all of our budgetary cost areas. And then we have another meeting on the 2nd, so we can make changes all the way up until that time. So we can come back to you with updates. We'll get our medical costs, we'll have our retirements figured into there, we'll have our insurance costs. There are a lot of moving parts that are still happening. So we will then we have to have it to you advertised by the 6th in the newspapers. And then the board would act on the 16th. And if the board acts on the 16th, then we file it on the 17th. Legally, the board has until the 7th, until the 30th of June to adopt the budget. I will caution you of a horror story that I experienced as a board member. The board that I did serve with did not pass the proposed final budget in May, which kicked the can down the road in terms of budget timelines and really made it difficult for other board members to return in time because they all scheduled their vacations after the 16th. So, I caution you, if you want your vacation after the 16th of June, please make sure you attend the meeting on the 27th, or I'm sorry, on the 5th, so that we can properly stay within our legal timelines, and it's 30 days in between adoption and the next notice, so that we don't get dinged by PDE and run the risk of losing subsidy, and have a budget so we can pay folks on July 1st. Questions about timeline? Sir?
Just one, Jason, and your news, so that I would counsel, and it's just me, don't start at the Act 1 index and work down, start at 0 and work up.
You'll see in the projections, I've started with 0.
It's fine. It's more philosophical. I prefer starting at 0 and moving up.
Certainly.
That way you have to justify every increase you make.
Certainly.
But again, it's more philosophical.
I've heard that loud and clear from the board, that there's a ceiling that's been floated around in the twos, and we're game planning in that area, but there are costs that will exceed that request. So I want to make sure that the board is aware that if we enact some of these initiatives, that you're looking at supporting it with more than 2, more than a 2.4.
As I've said before, starting at 0 in the past, we've seen that, and then it becomes an exercise on what do you cut, and that's probably a little painful and probably not worth it. But what I'd like to do is, start. That didn't seem to be part of the projections, but that's a good baseline, 0%. Not realistic, unfortunately, but I reiterate what Mike said. I think we talked about it before. The question I had was, let's say 421, that's not a regularly scheduled finance committee meeting, or is it a joint?
It's in the board calendar.
Okay, so are we switching the dates up? Sometimes, usually it follows, the finance committee meeting has been following up.
It's my understanding this is the calendar that was approved by the board next
Okay,
July.
so there's no special meetings that are,
No,
okay.
Hold your breath, because I'm going to ask for one
I
in the
bet.
next part of the presentation.
And then also, we're not talking about it next board meeting at all.
No, we can talk about it every board meeting.
Of course, but it's not on the schedule.
I will give you an update. Our next board meeting in April. Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay. All right. Well, it's always open if there's something to be shared or
Sure.
asked by the board. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
All right. Revenue projections. So I have a philosophy. You need to start with how much money do you think you're going to collect in terms of dollars and coffers before you even start to build any initiatives. So just to give you an idea, these are our local revenues, and you have your 2023 preliminary budget and your 2022 original budget, and you can see the differentials as well as the percentages. We're forecasting without a tax increase, with a 1.63% increase. That includes some revenues that are built in from last time on the EIT, That's about $2.1 million. And then there are some small increases with community services, as well as, I think that's the entirety of the local. But the EIT is coming in projected stronger than originally forecast. So we have it on good authority from Keystone that we will actually collect more this year in EIT than forecast. Questions about local revenue? The top number is the real estate tax number. That is the tax levy, and that is before any change in assessments based on last year, and or based on any consideration of a tax. So far, so good. The as you can see, the cells get wider and wider apart because there's actually less funding. This is state revenue. State revenue is pretty flat, 0.2% increase. There is talk in Harrisburg about getting more money into basic education and special ed funding from the state. The preliminary numbers that I did see, I did not put them here. This is the same number as last year because we never know until the 11th hour when Harrisburg decides to pass its budget. But I will tell you that the number that's been posted by PDE is in the $17 million range. So the district could incur a $1.5 to $2 million influx of state revenue if the governor's budget is passed as it currently is predicted or proposed. There is a lot of time that goes between now and the end of the year, and they don't meet nearly as often as we do. So I want to make sure that this board is clear that if we forecast this number and it goes up, it may not change in this projection, but it may be a windfall in terms of revenue to cover other shortfalls, perhaps in delinquent taxes or something like that.
Jason, to defend you a little bit, we have to pass a budget before the state decides what to give us, and I think the public should know that.
We do.
We have to pass a budget before the state tells us.
We do not have an option of passing a continuing resolution.
Just so everybody knows, there's a reason you can't forecast.
Right, and if this board does not act prior to June 30th, we can't pay the folks. And that's really what it was, yeah, so we can't pay our bills. We have no legislative authority to pay the bills because the board needs to act on the appropriations. Federal. Yet again, smaller. We're forecasting 16% decrease, and that's because we're looking at our access program. Our access program has historically been a piggy bank for special ed expenses, where in prior years, 17, 18, 19, there's been a year-end charge-off of special education expenses, increases in tuition, supplies, and things like that. We did have $1.2 million online, but we did some estimating, and we felt it was a better number to put $850,000 on the line, simply because we didn't want to overburden that cost area. Because we do have to incur an expense that might be outside of the general fund budget that's approved in the other side of the ledger. And I wanted to make sure that we had enough money in future years as we forecast how that money goes in and out. We do get an end of the year reconciliation with this program, and sometimes when we have a lot of expenses, if we have extraordinary needs for our special education students, it will go up in future years, but we want to make sure that we're conservative in that estimate. So that has been an historic watermark for access. 1.2 million was a little high because it hadn't been spent, so we have a plan to spend it down. This is more of the right sizing of that expected revenue.
Real quick, I'm sorry. Sure. ESSER 1 revenue.
Well, so ESSER 1, that's actually a misnomer. Is anything that's covered in ESSER. It's just when I rolled it out of Munis, it's in its own rule of code. So anything that would be funded by ARP, ESSER, any of those dollars that we're expecting to receive about $1 million from, I believe it's ARP, ESSER 3. Yeah. So please, the title of the account is a little misleading.
And that's fine. The reason I went there and the reason I'm going there is I would like in these budget projections, anything that requires us to do things to get the money, you highlight them for us? For instance, we got money, but we had to have a health and safety plan, which it turns out might have impacted education. I'd like to know, because the federal government is pretty stingy, we might not need their money for the heartache it provides and the educational impact it has. So we can decide that, but I'd like to know if any of these things come with strings.
Certainly.
Is all.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that these costs are already are already baked into the general fund budget with technology specialists, correct?
ESSER, yes, and Summer Academy as well. The ESSER funds we're using that for summer.
So because we know, and generally, if we have a federal program that is awarded to us mid-year, we don't have to adopt it into the general fund budget. But because we know the money is coming and we have expenses on the line that are on the other side of the ledger, we wanted to make sure that those expenses matched.
I'm not questioning the accounting at all. I just would like to know.
Certainly.
When the carrots are dangled, what's behind it.
Well, Mike, I can say, I'm sorry, I can say like, particularly with Title I, Title III, Title IV, all of there are things we have to do. There's reports we have to file, there's data we have to track. I mean, that's been part of those federal programs since their onset, probably back in 1965, when they first started. So they definitely have things we always have to kind of provide information.
They didn't have an educational impact, a negative. That's where.
Well, I understand your point, but yeah, I just wanted, so
Yeah,
they all.
agree.
Yeah.
Agree.
And so those are the three areas of revenue without borrowing any money, without any bequeathments or any other uses of funding. We are projecting an estimated revenue of $252,723,615. The board passed a budget with about a $248 million revenue budget. So without any tax increase, we're forecasting about a $3.5–4 million uptick in revenues. So that's the revenue side of the house. You'll see in the projections that $252 million number with the zero tax increase. So that's really the baseline. It could be more if BEF and SEF come in higher, and if our EIT comes in a little stronger, I'd be comfortable increasing that line item so that would limit the board's forces the board's hand to increase taxes when those areas of revenue are actually increasing. Questions?
Just on your screen, there was a school safety. Was that for last year, and it shouldn't have been on there anyway?
Thank you for. Let me go back to that. So we actually talked about that cabinet, and I believe it's been revised out of here. There was a $255,000 Safe Schools grant which we used to pay for counselors. It's our intent in this budget, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Elliott, to move those counselors into the general fund because we found them to be effective. So we're looking at ways through cost savings or attrition to keep those salaries.
That's correct, and it was our intention, that grant was a multi-year grant. We used it to fund 2 counselors so that each of our elementary schools would have a full-time counselor. And our intention was when we got to the end of that grant cycle, we would include those folks in our general fund and our staffing.
And how much was that again?
$255,000.
Okay.
And I believe we are researching there's a possibility of an additional grant. These things come up over years, and sometimes we get preferential treatment for application points if it is a continuation of an existing awarding program. But I just don't know that landscape at the moment.
Go ahead. Mr.
Do we have grant writing capability in-house even though we're shorthanded?
I guess that would be me.
Yeah, that's suboptimal, isn't it?
It would be us.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So, I know the grant that Mr. Harris is speaking of, our former communication specialist, Susan O'Grady, did the bulk of that writing. I have written the grants for all the federal programs and all the ESSER programs. I've done all those, so it's just a matter of looking into the grant that he was just referencing and seeing what's involved in it and the timeline of it to see if we can make it work, and maybe teaching someone else how to also write grants.
I was hinting about that position.
I'm sorry, since you mentioned it.
Sure.
Could we not hire a third party to like grants?
We could consider a
I
consultant.
mean, if it's
for-
cost effective.
Certainly. And we could certainly contemplate the costs of that consultant in the grant. Some of those federal programs, they're allowed.
Okay, thank you.
I think we need to look at the timeliness of that. Most of these grants, like the turnaround time for when they're due, would prevent us from going out to bid, finding quotes and getting a third party, getting them approved by the board in time to get the grant written.
Unless we had them under contract as needed.
Well, we would certainly be explorative in the professional services. We consult with our solicitor if we actually did that.
Thank you.
So, major impacts to revenue. Real estate tax. The bill that you just got in March came from the county and the municipality. The same assessed value. The millage changes, but depending on which governing body is doing the taxing, the tax levy will change. We are currently forecasting a 0% tax increase in our first iteration of the budget. So, the other things that could change, basic ed, special ed, transportation subsidy. We don't know if the CPI is going to impact the transportation subsidy for next year. We anticipate it in 2 years, but we're not sure because Harrisburg is not weighed in on that part of the budget. And then the access funding. If we have special education expenses that are reimbursable under that particular cost area, then we could see that revenue grow, which we want to have a conservative number there. We don't want to overshoot that budget because then the general fund ends up paying for it, and then we dip into fund balance. The other piece is the income taxes I mentioned earlier. It's forecast to grow 15%. We did, in our audit last year, we received, it was a management discussion item that we did collect more than we anticipated, and that was likely due to the delay of the funneling of income taxes from the previous year. However, it is Keystone's opinion, which is the body that is charged with collecting these taxes, that we are pretty consistent in our collection. So a 15% increase in EIT is not unreasonable. We're building 4% in our estimate, and as we get closer, we could increase that, and that's really the risk tolerance for the board. If you want to put the entire 15% on the line, and we only get 10, well, we're dipping into fund balance to pay the balance. So that's really what that equates to. Questions?
I would hypothesize some of that is just the lack of Philadelphia wage tax. A lot of people, myself included, aren't going back. And so instead of paying Philly taxes, we're paying Northampton taxes. I think 15% might be a little aggressive, but like 4% I could believe again this year. And then I think you might, when Keystone first came in, oh, look at all the EIP. Well, that was all the revenue we missed for years.
Right.
It wasn't. And then it leveled off. And this happened again. So I think 15% is aggressive, but Keystone would know. But 4% is certainly in that.
And certainly, if there's an appetite on the board to increase it that much, I'll put whatever number that I can reasonably justify to the auditors. But I would not want to come back at a future audit to say, okay, we missed the budget by $2 million. Now we had $32 million in the piggy bank. Now we only have 30.
Could I ask real quick?
Sure.
What does 15% versus 4% relative, like roundabout, equate to?
I want to say, let's just go back. The 17.3, I think, so we're forecasting an 11 because of what we have in future years. We've got 4%. We have on good authority that we could go up to almost 19,
So 2
20,
million.
almost 21 million.
So it's like 2 million, 1.5, 2 million difference.
Yeah.
Of 4% to 15%. Okay.
And then here's the tax levy impact. And I want to give the board, just keep an eye on the right-hand side, the potential of a fixed 1% increase over the years, the 4 years. And then the IFO -1, and then a full estimated Act 1. If the board enacted a tax increase of 1% in the next 4 years, their revenues would go up by 7 million. If you look at full Act 1, you're almost in 30 million. So every year that you leave millage on the table, you can't get it back. So I want to caution you on that. So every decision that you make in this year and subsequent years, it has an impact on the total levy that you can increase from.
I don't want to interrupt, but I think this is a critical point that I didn't understand when I first joined the board, that foregoing a tax increase this year is going to impact you going forward. Because when I joined the board, it was right after a 0% tax increase, and we had to cut 41.5 positions. And it took us about 3 or 4 years to recover that, because if you have a 0% tax increase this year, as Mr. Harris is saying, it impacts you for years to come.
It does. So that's why I'm grateful for the Synopsys software, because it allows me to build several scenarios in the budget. What if we did a 1 and then a 2, 3, 4, 5, or just a 0, 0, 3, 4, 5? We can do all of those permutations. And I've built a few of them for you to see tonight. And I'm looking to get feedback from the board on what types of initiatives we have, we'd like to see, and that's why Dr. Elliott wants to talk about the special, and then anything else that might be in play, because I would build that budget to however tolerance you would desire, and then show you what kind of a tax impact that would be. So this is a little different, not antithetical to what the May Finance Committee was looking like, but building it at a 0 at this point with the best look of revenues expected without a tax increase gives the board the best opportunity to see what the delta would be. So on the next, if you have no more questions about it. Sure.
Please. The very top row current, that is IFO
That is
specific, correct?
That is, yes, that's the
Okay,
forecast.
so for the, can you explain that for the community? And
Certainly. So the Independent Finance Office has looks at CPI data, it looks at revenues, it looks at expenses, it looks at inflation, and comes up with an index. It compares the wage increases, the weighted average of aggregate wage increases all over communities, entire states, entire regions, the Northeast especially, and then comes up with an average that how much do they predict wages or costs to increase by. So this weighted average, they're forecasting in this year is going to increase by 3.4%. So that number is then built into an algorithm that allows the Department of Education to release an Act 1 index. So that's the max levy by which they can, it's not this contrived, there's not like Punxsutawney Phil, coming out and saying 6 more weeks of winter. There are a lot of number crunching that happens over the year with multiple data points that gets to as best of an average or a guess, which is released in September. In 23, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26, that's the best guess of the Independent Finance Office as to what Act 1 could be.
So that was released last September?
It was, and it's updated annually. So every year it will come out, and so we'll have it'll be deja vu all over again, with updated numbers, and we'll update our projections, of course.
So Jason, in your experience, how true? We're in a different role now, I get it, but how true are the IFO numbers consistent-wise?
Well, this is
like when you look, and I mentioned this at one of our last meetings. I mean, the new board members, 3.4 is where we could go to tax this year. They're predicting 3.9 next year, 4.9, and then 4.5. That's what you could tax to, based on last year.
Correct.
So, do you know? I mean, and I'm not going to. They're pretty good.
If I had to venture a guess, they're pretty accurate. The further you go out in longitude, then you don't have there's not a confidence interval there. But next year, if it's 3.6 or 3.7, I put money on that.
Right. So my concern, just for me per se, is that the community is looking at what we could possibly tax them at over the next several years. That should not be lost on any one of us, knowing that a large percentage of our community do not have kids in our schools. and they've lived there for 30, 40 years.
And I'll just make a point, every time you fuel up your vehicle, you're being taxed now too. I mean, it's a different kind of tax, it's called inflation. But, I mean, and it's, if you don't grocery shop, you haven't seen it, but that's insane. I mean, and so, a lot of our community does not have people in the school district, and a whole lot of our community does not have guaranteed income increases year after year. And if they do, they're not at these levels. So, I mean, we have to be mindful of that. And I think that's what Mr. Salmon says.
Sure.
Well, I'll just add that if we don't get this energy situation under control, the numbers will be much higher in the years to come. And I love this chart. Just wanted to say, you know, I love that you put 1%, so you can kind of play with the numbers in your head, what you're going to get at 1%, and take those numbers from there. You know, go to 0 or go to 2. Unfortunately, it's a real tough situation we're in with what we're facing economically.
And keep in mind, the 1.297 billion top left, that is the assessed value as of June 30 last year. We've had one released, and it's about 1.303 billion. So those numbers will change, and we will have another update interim in late April, early May, so that we can properly fill out the real estate tax report. So even if the board considered is 0, if the assessed values go up, property taxes will go up because the assessed values go up. People adding pools, additions, and things like that. But if you didn't change if you didn't add anything to your property, then your tax bill would stay fine. And 5-year projections. So this is the impact of tax rate for the initiative discussion. We've been talking about it at Education Committee. We've talked about it related to sub-pay. We've talked about it to contractual increases. I want to start with growth rate. We have built into this model, and I think from the podium at one of our budget discussions, I think it would be more appropriate for me to do some of these things live. But we have each of the cost areas and revenues, we can attach a growth rate to it. So for instance, the transportation contract, the 510 objects in our budget, we're forecasting a 12% increase. This is the number that we talked about in November, December. So it would take the cost that we currently have in our budget forecast that's been approved and multiply it by 12%, that entire cost area. Then 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. So it gives a relatively stable understanding with it. So let's say in year 3, we want to go back and take that down to 2.5%. We can contemplate that in the model. Tuition. This is special education. It's anything other than charter schools because it has its own separate line. We're figuring at 2% because some of these contracts do. They have their cost increase. They pass those costs on to us. Substitutes. We had a flat 3% increase because that was the value of the contract with the company. So what I can also show the board in real time is the compound annualized growth rate. We can take our expenses between 2015 and 2021, actual expenses, and our budget really has only grown by the compound annual growth rate of 2%. And I can show you by revenue that the largest area of expense was by far charter schools, special education, and pension contributions. So these are costs that they benefit someone in our community, but they don't directly impact the classrooms in Council Rock. So as a board member, I've always raised against the PSERS rate, and I don't know if you've seen the news, the president of PSERS is retiring, and they're actually changing the actuarial value of the payout approximately 2 years. So we may anticipate additional retirements because that payment will be changing. The end of life, they want to make sure the money they're paying out lasts the entire life of the individual. So there are individuals who may go in June and July before they change, incurring themselves, basically saving hundreds of dollars per year, perhaps thousands of dollars, depending on their earning. So we can put in any particular growth rate that you would want, but one that I wanted to show you on the very bottom line, the remaining revenues, at a -1%. I wanted to capture that simply because they're delinquent taxes that we have had on the line and they've been stagnant forever, and then all of a sudden, then our collection rates go up, and we don't have money to book as a receivable in the future year. So we want to make sure we capture that in all of our all of our equations. Now, transportation subsidy, I marked it as 0, so it would be a flat increase. But if we do increase our transportation over the year, if those costs go up, and we do have the ability to get them recouped from the state, then certainly we would build them into future year models. So, have any questions about growth rates?
Are you comfortable with those?
I am. Yes. So what I can do, and we can do this offline, I can show you the growth rate over the years, and with relative certainty, and some of them may be volatile, more volatile than others, but particularly transportation, I wanted to build that in.
You front-loaded that one.
Yes, I did.
And that's okay, I mean, I can see it coming.
So I wanted to make sure that that was contemplated in any projection you saw. So,
When you finish your point.
so on top of this, in future slides, you will see initiatives that would impact direct line items in the budget contemplated as we would implement them, whether it be capital, whether it be staffing, whether it be equipment, so that if we increased it by $1 million, if we bought books on our 640 line by $1 million next year, well, the remaining expenditures, that would be multiplied by 1% to contemplate future increases. So it's not just a one-time, oh, it's going to cost us $1 million, well, now it's $1 million, $1 million, 1,000, 9,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Sal.
Charter schools.
Sorry.
What number are we at this year compared to last year, if you know?
Well, it's grown quite exponentially, and we are forecast to eclipse our budget this year by probably $1 million. So we have put on the line $2.3 million. I've actually front-loaded it in the future consideration for $3.3 million. We're currently running somewhere around 2.7 to end of year. So, yeah, that's a number we're watching considerably. The consideration there is, some type of a response to a cyber academy, because there are people who are pulling their kids out to go to a cyber charter school. So those, a lion's share of the students do enjoy placement at a cyber charter.
Yeah, so one of the things last year we did, or Dr. Frazier did, was revisit those families, knock on their doors, invite them back to the Council Rock community. I think for the most part, it's safe to say COVID has slowed down completely, or 90-some% completely. I'd be interested to hope we could bring them back to the community and back in our schools so we can drive that number down a little bit. But that should be concerning. If you didn't hear that number before, that's, when you're above your budget, that's concerning.
Well, that's the first that I'm hearing of it. I remember at the beginning of the year, you had asked what the enrollment was in September, and we were pretty confident that we didn't have to roll out virtual at that time because the numbers were small. And my understanding now that since September, that number has grown substantially, and we don't know about it? Okay, so that was we knew we were at that $2 million at that time. But that we would forecast it out to be
Correct.
$2 million more.
That was-
Not more, but whatever the difference was.
That
Okay.
was
Is that the
one of
cost for not?
That went out. I mean,
Is that the
you don't get
cost?
them all right. I
I'm
think
just
that
wondering
may
if it
be-
was that's the cost for not doing a virtual option.
I could speak to
I'll
that.
leave that to for another day.
Yeah, I don't know that, Mr. Hidalgo, I don't know that I would say that you can do a direct correlation between the increase in our charter school enrollment with the not offering a virtual option.
Okay.
I think that there are families that choose, and that charter school tuition is not just cyber charter, that's all charter school. So there are families that choose a charter school for particular reasons, and some, we had some families that checked out the Bridges program over the summer at the beginning of the year when we first offered that and decided that wasn't the right thing for their family and some opted to come back to CR and some opted to go somewhere else, whether that was charter school or some went to a private school. So you can't really make that direct link. It's too difficult to do
And
that.
just to be clear, my question was basically to find out where we are, how much over budget we went, and hope that when the dust settles in June, that our folks can reconsider coming back to Council Rock for their brick and mortar school, that's all.
So that's the first part of the question marks in the budget. And then this is our baseline scenario with a 0% tax increase, assumes all growth rates in the previous page. And we did build into two options, and I believe that Facilities or Education Committee may talk about this in a future meeting. I'm not obligated to do that, but we may have to incur some spend with security. But we did forecast an increase in sub-pay, which does increase the net or it lowers the net operating result. We built the budget 250 to 248 with a $1.3 million delta. That's the number in red in the 22 budget. And we transferred the technology expense, $1 million from capital, from the general fund balance to capital. So we have starting fund balance 32,910 with ending fund balance. If the board collected the plan and spent the plan, every dime in the budget, then that's what the number would be.
That's the 0%.
That's a
tax
0%.
increase forecast.
So if you look at the top line, the revenue line, that's the 22 budget. So the next line, the 23 budget, if you recall, the slide said 252 and 7. So that's just a growth rate. It's a growth rate differential. And then in the future year, it goes to 250 to 254. It contemplates a 0.1% assessed value increase. And then 255, 257, 258. That would get you to about $6 million or $7 million range, or I'm sorry, $4.5 million range if there was a 0% tax increase.
Jason, the substitute rate,
Yes.
that, how do we get so we raised the rates for till the end of the school year.
Yes.
And this assumptions is based going backwards to somewhere in that vicinity where
So
we
what
were.
we're able to do is create a scenario inside of the software that would increase that, or that would have a variance on that net operating result. Our original net operating result was forecast to be 1.3 million to the negative. The spend, since it's not budgeted, it's realized in the 300s of substitute costs. So it's contemplating that number would exceed its budget and then dip into fund balance.
Then it's going to go back, it should go back down.
It does. It does. But that one time cost is there. So then you go to the next line, and don't be afraid of the 6.8 million negative, because that's an aggregate of 1.6 into the 6.8. So you have those, and it's a little misleading because the board has decided to transfer money from the general fund into a debt service fund to pay its mortgage payments on bonds. But you would see that 18,747 buried into the 250 or the 249. Okay, so the total expenses are growing from approximately 250 to 259. That's including your contractual increases, that's including your transportation, that's all of your growth rates, that's all in, that's the forecast based on the percentages. Now, we're going to get better than that, but we need direction. We need direction in staffing, we need direction in initiatives, because as we turn these things on and off, this is doing nothing except for this contemplation of sub increase and all the contractual increases that we've already forecast into the budget. So there's our growth rate at 0%, ending fund balance at 2027, negative 45.8 million.
There is a growth rate for assessed value.
There is.
Was that contemplated in slide 23 also, that had the 1% increase?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, no, that was a flat.
That was just a flat.
This slide, sorry, this slide,
Right.
flat, the assessed value is flat. Across
Down
the
the
years.
bottom, on that 1%. Okay,
It's
right.
1%, just.
So if we
apples to
did
apples
1%, right, that's just the millage. So if we did the 1% and assumed the 1% in assessed value,
Sir, I'm not that savvy with Excel.
Okay,
So,
no, that's good, just to know that we know what 1%, it's not just the increase in what we tax people, but also what we can assume the assessed values will be. We'll use the historical data
correct.
and consolidate, whatever, make the average, take the average.
Yeah, so this gives an apples to apples of the tax, that's just the levy impact.
Okay,
And then the modeling software gives the both the variance with, including the 1.1% as well as the millage increase.
thank you. No, you're good at Excel.
The next scenario is, I call this the add a little. I want to get it incremental to you. This contemplates the IFO minus 1%, as you saw in the previous slide. It does contemplate the 0.1% in assessed values. It includes the sub-pay, but it also includes our construction project planning. It includes some support and staffing for ELD and math. It does contemplate the fifth elementary special, and it also talks about the borrowing, the fees, and the debt service for MBIT. And it does contemplate the transfers annually here, 3.1 million, 6 million for cash funded projects. With the 2.4 Act 1, IFO minus 1, you see that the impact of that nominal tax increase over the years leaves us in a slightly worse position, but a similar position to what we forecast in the previous year prior to the windfall of the collections. So that is something that is certainly actionable, and we get closer on it. But just remember that you're going to have a negative operating result and dipping into fund balance each year at that tax rate. So it's all those growth rates plus all those initiatives.
Any questions on this slide?
All right.
Does it make sense?
And then the next one is the do more. And this is the same tax rate, but it turns nearly everything on except for the rock block because and the school start times because it was not a recommendation of the administration this time to contemplate. So you can see that the cost of the initiatives on the left impact the general fund balance at the very end of 2027. It goes from 27.9 down to 8.6 million, which is well under our 5% balance, or fund balance policy. So if the board wants to enact all of these initiatives that we've been talking about, this is the approximation of what it costs. It considers the inflation and the growth rates. It contemplates all the staffing increases and attrition. And this is my best guess using software. Dr. Thorvald talked about it a couple of months ago. The model will tell us what we want to. And so this is, if we want to buy these things, this is our best stab at what it will cost us and still stay solid.
The 5% fund balance would be about 15 million?
Yes, sir.
So our target for the fund balance should be 15 million at least.
At least. And keep in mind that your fund balance this year, as well as your performance on curbing expenses and increasing revenues, did maintain your AA credit rating in a very, very unstable time for borrowing, which leads into our other conversation.
Yeah, and 15 million may not support an AA rating.
Yeah.
Correct. It may actually, I have that built into the software that for every percentage that your fund balance decreases, it could forecast what your credit rating could be if you reach that point.
You're just guessing there, but I appreciate it. It's in there. So, yeah.
Well, you pay for the
It's part of the
software.
software.
Yeah. That one, you're just kind of, yeah.
Right.
So, but, yeah.
Any questions about this? So, and I just want to pause the wait time. Sorry, I'm the teacher.
I just want to say thank you. I like that we added this time the actual initiatives on and off so people can see what we're doing. Act 1 minus 1% in those years where we're projecting that we're gonna raise taxes by over 3%. Yeah, so,
2.4, 2.9, 3.9, 3.1.
so 3.9 is the Act One, it's not the actual.
No, the Act 1 would be 4.9.
Oh, yeah, so when we're all the way up at 5.9 in year, whatever that is, 4 years.
No, we'd be 4.9.
Well, the Act One is projected at 5.9.
No,
No, Act One's pretty good.
the top.
Is the five, right, so, okay, so what my point was that if we're gonna build a budget tying future boards to a 3.9% tax increase, if we were to go with an Act One -1 model,
Sure.
then that's a lot to, what we probably need to do everything that we're trying to do, but
Let me just
I
speak
have
to
a hard
this
time with
for a
that.
moment. You have a unique position that you have the fund balance to contemplate some volatility in these areas, where a lot of districts do not. You also have the software capability to project any type of scenario that you like, to see if you like it in future years. So it's just like when you go to the auto dealer and you say, give me a 36-month lease, 48-month lease, all the way up to an 84-month. You can build your budget according to the payment you can afford, because you really have to stay within your tolerance. And really all I'm looking for at this point is a direction. Build me a budget with a X% increase. Tell me a 0, I'll get you a 0, but it's going to cost you in other areas. You tell me build this Act 1, well, if you build it here, then it's impacting future years. So if you have a conservative approach, you say, give me 1.5 points. Well, then we have to have some real knees under the table conversations about what we want Council Rock School District to look like from an academic and operational standpoint with the funding engine support.
Jason, the blocking schedule is not on, right? Those are-
Correct.
And we said that maybe not right away, but maybe in the next couple of years we can consider it.
Certainly.
Could you maybe give us an idea how much that would cost down the road?
I believe that was in the.
It's about it was 11 point, if we would stay with the estimate that we had before we stopped this work, prior to the pandemic, it was an addition of about 11.4 staff, and it was about a $4 million investment.
So it's quite significant.
And a recurring cost.
Recurring costs,
The
yes,
staffing would certainly
staffing.
be recurring, and then replacement of equipment in future years.
Yeah, there would have been some equipment purchases, things like with creating more spaces for eating, things like that, that would be one-time purchases that over time we might replace, but the staffing would be the recurring cost.
Yeah, I mean, I know we have to, the education committee will have to look into that further, but I mean, if that is the way the education is going, we probably have to consider that in the budget. If we think that our students will learn better using the blocking schedule.
Well,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I think the reason from an educational standpoint that we recommended waiting is there are many different structures of a high school schedule. Every single one of them has their pros and cons. That they all have challenges that you have to overcome, and they all have benefits to them. And the committee of people that at the time did that work, and I know Marion, you were on that committee, so you could speak to it as well, came to the consensus that the AB block was what they felt was the best decision to make. However, that the administration, the principals now would like to, because we've had a gap of time here, go back, revisit some of that work, and really dig back into it and rethink what is our vision for high school? What is it that we think is best for our kids? What do they need? One of the things that we keep hearing is our kids don't have enough choices. Our schedule locks them in and prevents them from having opportunities for different things. We don't have opportunity built into the school day to provide remediation for kids that need it. You have to stay for clinic. And if you don't have a way to get home after someone to pick you up or you drive, well, you may not be able to stay for clinic because you've got to take the bus home. So there's things that we need to look at. How how do we think about what the high school schedule should look like so that we're creating opportunities for choice, reducing student anxiety, trying to reduce their stress, and also making sure that we're building in time to actually provide kids with the intervention that they need when they need it. And so the administration wants to go back and start digging back into that and doing some more research, which is why we're not ready to move forward with this yet. We want to learn a little bit more again.
But let's keep at the back of our mind that if you go in that direction, it's going
We
to be
can certainly
very
update the
expensive.
model to reflect whichever years we wanted to implement. It's just a matter of moving numbers themselves at this point, at that point. And again, it's based on the multipliers in the growth rate. So if there are salary items that are tied to staffing, then we build those numbers into the model, then those numbers grow, PSERS reimbursement, pension obligations, benefits increase, and the like.
Where our fund balance now, what is it now and what was it last year?
So I have that, don't hold me to it. It's currently, according to the audit, it's 32,910,000.
And where was it the year before?
It was approximately 21 or 22 million dollars.
So somehow we put $10 million into our fund balance.
Yes, sir.
So you have to explain to John Q. citizen out there that we're, I don't want to say stockpiling money, but raising their taxes. Like where should our fund balance be? I mean, I remember in previous years, our fund balance was like, say, in the, like $20 million, and people were saying that's excessive.
Right.
Now we have a fund balance of $32 million, and like last year, and I know this happens and you can't bank on it, that our revenues are higher than expected and our expenses are lower than expected. So what happens is it all goes into this fund balance, which just keeps on growing and growing. Like, I don't know if that's really fair to the citizen that because of our projections were better than expected, we're just putting it into this nice account, which just keeps.
So let me give you a picture into the future. Okay, we're going to talk in about, hopefully, 3 or 4 minutes about Richboro Elementary. We're talking about contemplating spending $27 million to renovate that building. That building, in 20 years, will need to be renovated again. Council Rock South was built 20 years ago. It's in need of a facelift. Council Rock North has infrastructure issues that we heard about all week, and with hot water mains breaking and stuff like that. And so these funds really need to outlive the community that contributes to them, because they need these organizations need to outlive all of us. Our buildings need to outlive all of us, because we will always have a governmental obligation to educate these students. And so that doesn't address the concern about, well, you got 32 million in the fund balance. However, when something goes wrong and we have to take out the fund balance to fund a project like $2 million in Chromebooks or $150,000 for an emergency pipe repair, the money's there, and you're not pulling out the school district Visa card. So we're trying to maintain the fund balances that would allow us to borrow at a lower interest rate, because all of our creditors want to see that we have at least a certain percentage in the bank to be able to fund that God forbid the markets crash, or you have the EIT goes away, or you have huge property casualty loss, that the district could still go on and pay its bills. So there are multiple considerations when you talk about how you fund in perpetuity, and it's a conversation beyond just a single set of taxpayers. And it's not lost on me that, yes, every time I go to a board and I say we need to increase taxes by a certain amount, that's forever. That never goes. I've never seen a tax cut unless there's a referendum to go the other way. And then the other side of it is, if you do not have the fund balance to support that type of a debt service, then you're going to the public with a referendum to specifically tax for future debt. And that is something that is a very, very dangerous position, because if you have it in your debt service budget to contemplate it, to navigate some of the hills and valleys of the annual obligation, you have the fund balance to support it. That's really, that's a long-winded answer as to why you need
that kind of money.
Right, I'm just gonna look at say, for example, the 23 budget, where it says our deficit is $7.2 million. However, last year, we had an $11 million surplus. So I don't really necessarily think that number is bad, like, oh my gosh, look at that, it's $7.2 million, we're in the red. No, because we had $11 million last year that we weren't really counting on, so is that so bad? Because our fund balance is still where it was 2 years ago or whatever. Now, granted, your fund balance probably should go up because your budget and everything else goes up and they're supposed to be a certain percentage. But you're saying 5%, I mean, we're probably closer to 10 if we have that kind of, or more than 10. I mean, if we're at $30 million, then, maybe there's a happy medium somewhere where we could say, okay, maybe we should try to keep our fund balance at 7% or 8%, and what effect does that have on our credit rating? I don't.
Certainly. And so to that point, each of these scenarios, this is the IFO minus 1%. And Mr. Hidalgo made a very good point that 2.9 becomes a 3.9 becomes a 4.9. Well, if we back off of that year, that's going to impact fund balance, right? So as the Act 1 contemplation goes up and down, you're having an opportunity to take the pressure off in years where it's higher versus years when it's lower.
All right, thanks.
Any questions about this one? So we have three. This is the keep things exactly where they are, contractual increases, add a little, which increases some staffing and capital, and this is the more aggressive plan. Keep in mind that we can play with the taxation and the assessed values within tolerance up to legal limits, and we can dive into those details offline, as small groups. If you want to see anything, I'm happy to calculate and send it to you.
I was just going to say, is it helpful for us to kind of let leadership or Joe know, like, the things that we're interested in?
I would love that.
So that you're not running 15, like, if there maybe are enough people interested in something, running that. I mean, I'm happy to hear from people, but I know there are a lot of options, we have a lot of numbers, and so I don't know, also, Joe, if you have thoughts or...
Yeah, I'm trying to get an idea. That's why I asked him to present all the different initiatives that we have here and to get an idea, because really each one of those has a dollar amount, which I think we could share with the board, if that's okay. I don't know the rules anymore.
No, that's a great idea, and I was actually going to say it'd be great to have that list.
We have actually in the software those initiatives with 5-year projections. And you can look at those screenshots. And then from there, we have to get together as a group, I think, and so maybe at the next board meeting again, that nothing's scheduled on the timeline, would be to take a little bit of time to give you some more direct feedback on top of whatever we can do in small groups or polling, whatever's allowed.
Might I suggest?
Yes, please.
That you take a look at these, and if you don't know specifically what these initiatives entail, Dr. Elliott and I are happy to educate more deeply. And there are some that the board is already committed to. For instance, the CIP and MVIT, we're committed to those projects because they're in our long-range plan, but whether we borrow for them or pay cash for them is a huge consideration. The level of debt bill cap reserve, I think that's a smart play no matter what you do, because you want to be able to build your capital reserve for that sewer pipe that breaks. That you need the $50,000 right away to get the excavators on site and get kids in trailers and that kind of stuff.
So just to reiterate, we'll take the initiative list with the 5-year projections, kind of like, whatever, we have that list has the 5-year projections on it. Circulate that, and then maybe you'll have to say, these are the things that you just said that we really need to have. Because I think we have to come up with a dollar amount based on what we're willing to raise taxes, and then fit the projects into it versus trying to pick the projects we want and then add the tax to that.
So for the board certification, you have the increase of $4.1 million out of 2.4. if there was appetite to go to the full Act One, you had $5.8 million to add to the revenue side of the budget, which would subsequently add to the expense side of the budget.
And you can take 1%, make it 2% by
Correct.
making it.
So whatever
14 million.
you want to land at, this is the impact at stagnant valuation. And then you can say, build me a scenario that includes this. Okay, administration, you had a 5.8 million, spend, give us their best plan. Or conversely, you can say, I want to see these initiatives, and we can tally it. So it's really up to you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Two questions or statements, I guess. One is, I like the idea of if you need educated on this, to reach out to Dr. Elliott and Jason, because it's 10 o'clock and not all of us need educated on everything. So please do that on an individual level. And the second thing is, I think we're missing one component here, and I'm not asking for an answer tonight, but Council Rock's notorious for that's what we've always done. Have we thought about taking programs apart, and do we need everything we've always done moving forward? You know, because all things don't continue forever. They had a reason 20 years ago. I saw gifted education, that hasn't changed in 20-some years. Should it? I don't know. But if we don't look at what we've always done, and should it be better, could we shed it? You know, I mean, that's something that I think is sorely missed, not here, but in general in education, is we just keep, everything's just expand to fill the revenue. It's like renting a car, as you pointed out. How much can I afford? And that's what we're going to, so that's why I like coming at the zero, because it forces you, do I need this? Is this what we want to do? And then, you know, force ranks everything on top of it. What's important, what's not? You know, we've had lively debates over there in years past about specialized classes that impact 1 or 2 students. Well, we pay a teacher for some of that. You know, and should we be doing that? And those are questions that, you know, please don't lose that as you do that. I would love for you, I don't think you can this year, to just start hacking and figure out, you know, break it up. And when I say hack, I don't mean cut it out and throw it away. I mean break it up into pieces and then try and reassemble the puzzle so that this is important, this is less important. Maybe we don't need this at all anymore. And I'm a little, you know, 4.9%, I got news for you. If this inflation keeps going like this, you know, as someone who grew up in the 70s, that could be 8.9 because of the way, and it's hard to ask someone to give a 9% tax increase when they haven't seen a raise in 3 years. So, you know, it's easy to say you can do that when you have, but it's a lot harder when you know there's people that haven't, you know, and I guarantee you Social Security payments are not going to go anywhere near that. So, and that's that 70% of our population. So just be mindful of this thing. There's nothing wrong with what you did. It's just, I think we need to just break it up and look at it now. It's due.
All right.
Jason, if I could add one more thing. What I would like to see, and I brought this up last year, Mike stole a lot of my thunder, is that. Measure curriculum, measure if we're getting it back for our buck. Rate them accordingly. I know it's a big project, but if we do have personnel that are getting paid through grants and through ESSER funds, I would like to see them moved into our budget immediately and assume those costs. No, because they're going to be our costs, whether it's this year, next year, whatever. Reevaluate what the ESSER funds could be used for. According to my numbers, I probably off. We have 4 tech specialists out there, Ms. Pressman included. Then I'll ask if this board still wants to entertain paying tech specialists when we're going to be talking about the 5th special. That's going to be, I need additional manpower to do that, woman power, people power to do that. I almost really would like to see, you know, what our numbers are in terms of staff, and what is that threshold that a budget can keep healthy. Because to Mike's point, and as I said earlier last year, we're stacking on and on and on. So I'd like to see anybody that pulls a salary in Council Rock in our budget and work those grants in a different direction. And I actually asked Bill that last year about the ESSER funds. Put the specialists in our overall manpower projection, if you will, because they're coming back no matter what. Reallocate the ESSER funds for additional learning loss, and then we're going to talk about a fifth special. So is it 7 people we need for the fifth special? Or in theory, do those tech specialists grab a couple of those spots? And we don't need 7, we only need 3, but you're still raising 3 additional staff members at a cost. So I'd like to know at some point, and Sue and I did talk about this in full transparency, Dr. Elliott, I apologize. What is that cap number? What is that staff number that Council Rock can afford? Because if we keep stacking, that comes at a premium cost, and Peasers is not going anywhere. And that concerns me. I'm not looking to put people out of jobs, so don't get me wrong.
You certainly want to hire them fire.
No, I don't want that, because I value our employees, and with the employees come with raises, the employees come with contracts, and that all has to be built into everything else too. So that's just Ed, 1 of 9, but I would really like to see anybody out there grabbing a salary in the budget so we know that moving forward.
And it'd be nice to see what that delta at is.
Well, I will tell you, if we just deducted that $1 million ESSER revenue from the budget, I could do that very easily.
But you're gonna put the salaries.
Well, so to be clear, those salaries are already contemplated in our general fund. They may have an allocation that helps us tie for accounting purposes back to a grant, but they're still living in
Right.
whatever proper function the PDE has asked us to code them. So 1100s, 121s, their salaries in the 200s. So they're growing with our growth rates already. It's just that we're realizing additional revenue on the back end because really all of those programs for federal are reimbursements. We have to substantiate that we've spent the money before actually by quarter. We say, this is how much we spent, this is how much they're supposed to give us, and then we reconcile and they send us money.
Does that solve it? Or do you want to see the ESSER gone?
No, I don't want to see ESSER gone, but we're taking the ESSER.
Right.
All I'm saying is I want everybody employed in our budget that's part of our personnel.
Which I think he's saying it is, right?
Just explain it a little.
I'll take a little further, I know where you're going. I don't think what Ed wants, and I certainly don't want, is the federal government gave us this 2-year grant, we're gonna hire some people.
Right.
Because those people never get unhired when the grant ends.
Correct.
And we all know that, but we play that, so I don't wanna do that.
Right.
I mean, that's,
Did we created positions, but we hired internally for the tech specialist, didn't we?
Correct,
So we had openings that they could take.
correct.
But the school social
Counselors.
counselors, yes, those were new hires.
They're new
And a
hires.
lot of
They were
them.
new hires, there were new hires.
That's 2, I thought it was.
Well, I
public
believe we
school.
hired 3. One we had worked,
Right.
was already worked into the budget. The other 2 we were paying for with one of the safety grants that is now running out.
Okay. All
It'll
right.
be assumed in the budget.
So they're still in the budget already.
Correct.
Currently, they are still in the budget.
But reimbursed.
Unfunded.
We are not.
Reimbursed.
Next year, they're budgeted already, unfunded.
And I can,
From the general fund.
to your point, Dr. Thor, Mr. Solomon, I would agree with you when you get federal funds, and it's never been our practice to use federal funds to pay for staff because of that very point. The challenge with, and when you look at, well, I can say Title I, we pay for staff, but we're able to do it year after year with them. But the challenge that we had with ESSER as well as with these safety grants was the amount of money that it was. It was very difficult to come up with enough, I'll just say generically, stuff to purchase with that amount of money. And the thing that you have to think about when you're talking about purchasing things other than staffing is there's a point where you can have too much stuff that really doesn't help you do an effective job. And then that stuff just sits on a shelf and doesn't get used. And so that's where it's very difficult. So getting the amount of money that we got made it challenging to figure out what to do with those funds. A bulk of our ESSER funds are going for summer academy. And that is paying for staff, but it's not adding staff, it's paying more money for them for additional time with kids.
This is the timeline for fifth special. I think it's a more appropriate education committee discussion, but this is in your slides for a potential timeline. If the board opted to enact the fifth special, we would build into the budget, this would be the timeline for it.
And the reason to give this to you tonight was just so you have a sense of, if it's the desire to start this in September of this year, 2022, there are things that have to happen prior to June 16th, when the budget is passed, for us to actually be able to do that. And so what we're asking here, and I'm trying to be respectful of the time, is hopefully a proposed board approval of the fifth special on May 5th, so that we can post and begin to do the work that needs to be done to get the people in place to start doing the development of the curriculum and the program and everything that needs to happen before September. So it's just for board information, so you kind of have a timeline of here's what needs to happen, and a brief, kind of this is why we're asking for this a little bit earlier.
I appreciate that. This is a priority for you. That's why you're bringing it up as an administrator.
Well, this is one of the
your
things that we're
priority.
contemplating, that actually it has a price tag to it. Yeah.
And is it the number one? Is it top priority out of the other initiatives?
Well, I think as we presented at the last education committee, this and the middle school shift of the RA period, right now we believe our top priorities. They're going to help us with learning loss. They're going to help us meet kids' needs. The middle school one has a zero fiscal impact. So, but it's still a priority. And as I said earlier to Ms. Polly, the changes at the high school are a priority, but we need more time to research and dig into that again.
So just to be clear, Dr. This is a package deal. So we want, if there's a board appetite for fifth special, that comes with the elementary school schedule revision.
Yes.
If there is no appetite, we just move forward where we are.
If there is no appetite for the fifth special,
Because we do agree that there's.
we could revise the elementary schedule, absolutely. That's something that we can do without adding the fifth special. Because it could give us time for building in time for SEL, more work on that social training. You mentioned that earlier, Mr. Hickey, about social skills development and things that kids need. We could build more time in for some of those pieces if we did that schedule. And the gifted review and some of the impacts on changing that to be both social studies and science would require us to look at how that schedule supports that as well.
Can we, just because of the time, can we spend time in like the March education committee talking about this at all? Because I feel like from April 25th to May 5th, like that's like a pretty tight window for the community to be like talking to us and responding. So is this also going to be talked about in March?
We can, Ms. McKee, we can talk about that. I think that, one of the things too is we haven't done a lot of talking about this because our principals are waiting to see, does this seem like this is something we want to go ahead and start doing the work? Because if you remember, in June of 2020, they did a lot of work around changing the elementary schedule, presented it to the board, and it was voted down. And so they're hesitant to want to do this work again and reach out and start to really dig in with the community if it's going to come back. And again, they've done all this work and it doesn't get
And I would just say, I do remember that, but I also remember that time a little bit different, and I think that it would be better for us to have discussion for a longer period of time instead of it being like something that the board is trying to talk. I'm not going to go back into the past, but I just think that from April 25th to May 5th, it's for me, like I feel like we as a board need a little bit more time to talk about it, talk to people in the community. That's just, like, I'm very supportive of the fifth special, like Mr. Salomon and I talked about this a lot, but I just feel like if we could even just talk about it for like 20 minutes or even less than that, and at the future meeting, or take time, just grab time at another meeting, maybe that is an education committee, whatever it is, but I just feel like I don't necessarily want to wait over a month to to kind of hear about this a little bit more. Because I think we have to talk about, I think, the staff component and some of these pieces, and they're gonna fit into the budget. Like, I really do want to put forward the fifth special, but I also want to like talk through the details so that we actually can get there, so that it's not like a presentation and then there's something that is off and then we miss the window because we didn't have enough time to like talk about it together. It's just my perspective.
So two things, and I hear what you're saying. One, I don't want to overload that meeting because all of these items are priorities, like going through the Cropper study.
Is that actionable now, Marianne? Is the proper study that actionable at the next meeting, that can't wait a meeting?
Well, there's
I
going to
don't know, I'm just asking.
And not having seen what they're going to bring to us, you know, I think, I can't really say at this point. But the second thing I'd like to say in response to Mrs. Marcel, I would rather find some time to have that conversation so that we can give direction to administration. Because we're really coming up to a drop dead point of whether this can happen for next year or not.
So what, do you want to slot another meeting?
It's either slot another meeting or if we can squeeze some time.
Did we talk about doing 2 education committee
We did.
meetings? Like moving facilities or condensing it down? Is that happening?
Didn't we talk about it in the last meeting? I think we spent like quite a bit of time talking about it at the last education committee meeting. And we told the administration that this is definitely a priority. So we have already talked, but we can definitely talk more. But it's not that this is the first time we see.
Can I make a comment? I think, you know, the work was done. Might be somewhat stale, but a lot of the work has been done. The price tag financials have been updated. I think if it had to wait another year, that would give us plenty of time to get it done because we are coming up against the clock with a lot of different moving parts. So if it doesn't get done in the next month or two, we should just continue that projection. I don't know how much work it is to do the fifth special, but it seems like the same thing as last in 2020. It just kind of popped up on us real quickly. Am I wrong? It was a virtual.
Money for educational initiatives specifically for this. Now that's only the beginning of it. It's not for every year. But I mean, I don't remember what month that was, but that was something I think.
Yeah, you have about $4 million.
Maybe October.
I think it was October,
2020.
the finance committee, I believe.
Just we set aside, we agreed as a board to set aside that money so that we could start like thinking about this. And maybe we can't do it for next year, but I just feel like I'm more than happy to come to an extra meeting. I'm more than happy. I mean, most meetings are long, but I just feel like I'd rather spend more time on this conversation and all of the education. Like, it seems like we have a lot to do, and I don't want to take anything away. But if this is actionable and some of the other items aren't, you know, I'd rather prioritize the things that like have a deadline.
Well, and if I may, Ms. McKee, to be clear with Cropper, the reason that we were doing that demographic study is because of the issues that we're having at Wrightstown with space. So is it actionable? Yes, it's going to give us information about what do we think we need to do to help reduce the space issues that we're experiencing at Wrightstown. And that data will give us some of that information to help the board decide the possible options. At the last education committee, just very briefly showed the potential options could be spot redistricting. The potential options could be more creative utilization of the space that's there. Possibly relaxing the class size guidelines in certain grade levels so that if you have 52 first graders, instead of that being 3 sections, it stays at 2 sections, and we look at hiring an instructional assistant. And then the other option would be, which is also a costly option, adding on to Wrightstown, but that would not solve the issue for the start of the 22-23 school year.
And I think that is important, and that's why I went on a tour with a number of board members last year to let them see it. So let's just do another meeting or something. Like we clearly have a lot to talk about.
Doug and Michael and I are meeting tomorrow morning at 11 to talk about the facilities committee meeting on the 17th. I think it's quite feasible if you want to double up, as we've done before with other committee meetings. We can double up an extra education committee meeting at the end of facilities. I don't see, I'm really not seeing a need to delay the implementation of the fifth special when there's a plan in development because we wanted a plan. I mean, let's talk about it next Thursday. I'm certain that Doug and Michael and I can figure out a way to, if we need to truncate or condense the facilities committee meeting, and we can put education committee right on the end of it if Ms. McKee is willing.
I am, Dr. Elliott, would that work for you?
I think it depends on what the board decides they want to do about Richboro.
We're not done tonight yet.
Yeah.
I mean, these night, this is, we need to work our calendars a little better, yeah.
I don't know what working it better means.
We just
I
have,
mean,
I mean,
we're working on this stuff, so.
I mean, but, you know, this is, and next week, you're next week, right? And you already say your schedule's full. So.
No, next week, no, next week is facilities.
Facilities.
And then a special ed
Yeah,
committee
so
following.
here's what I'm gonna suggest. Let's meet more often and take smaller bites, so we can actually discuss things without rushing through them.
I don't think we're rushing.
I don't. We have a policy meeting on March 14th. That's gonna take a little bit of time, maybe 20 minutes, but we could expand that into another 4 hours for us. That's Monday the 14th.
And, you know, I'm happy to meet more often, make myself available. I really value the discussion, but I also want to hold us to the fact that we need to make some decisions.
Oh, we do,
We need
yeah.
to give direction, and we need to do it in a timely fashion for other things to follow.
So the fifth special, if I understood correctly, is part of the STEAM program, right?
Yes.
Yes. So when we try to address the educational loss, and we know our community has been begging for STEAM all this time, I mean, let's try to figure out a way to offer it, like in September, not like put it back and, I mean, how do we address educational loss? I mean, let's go down the list and see, we have to do this and this and this, and this is a priority, then we get it done.
But there's moving parts.
Okay.
There's also the gifted education that's been kicked 3 or 4 times. The elementary schedule impacts that. So if we change the elementary schedule, then we just kick the gifted education.
I thought we could do both, that's what we talked about at the last
We
education
can.
meeting.
So the master schedule change at the elementary includes a change that will enable us to, at the elementary level with gifted, to incorporate both social studies and science as part of gifted education at the elementary level. And then the changes at the middle school and high school were more about within the current schedule.
You know, I agree with your comment. It's important to get this done, but what I heard tonight was that there's not an appetite to move forward with plans until we give the okay. The administration didn't want to put the time, administrators didn't want to put the time into this project until we give some kind of blessing on it, and we can't give a blessing on it until we see how it fits in with all the other construction budget and all that. So that's where we're kind of stuck in an odd
Okay,
place.
so
It's not me, I'm saying that's
is
what we're
learning loss a priority or?
Absolutely.
So
But what we're-
let's try to get it done. I mean, let's.
But how does
get
it
done.
fit into the budget and the capital plans, which we also?
I mean, we have the
you know,
4 million in the budget, right? So it's not a budget issue primarily.
We have the fund balance capacity to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really concerned about the educational loss. So let's figure out how to address that. Let's make it a priority, and then the administration maybe can tell us more specifics. But I would not want to wait when the people are screaming that they need help. I mean, in the schools, they need more help, more instruction, right?
So what would you
And
need
with all
from
due
us, I
Well, I was
guess?
going to ask,
Can we,
go ahead. I was going to ask, I think I don't know if Mr. Solomon, you said it, or Dr. Thorwood, if we could go back to, if we're, with respect to the fifth special and changes at the elementary schedule, if there are particular questions that board members have right now that they would like more information on and answers, if you could send that to us, we can put some things together and provide the full board with some more information, at least what we have developed so far, because we've done a little bit of work, but we've not done a lot of work. So that could help us to provide you with some more information that might help you understand kind of and inform the decisions that you need to make. So we'd be happy to do that. And if we want to do another meeting, you know, I'm okay with that. And, you know, I'm not sure by Monday, Mike, how much we could pull together around this, but the point is a good one.
Here's a good point. When we asked about the initiatives and the 5-year projections on the costs, one of the line items is fifth special. Just seeing the dollar amounts for the fifth special would be a big help, I would think. If financial, because you guys talked about everything, how it fits into a 5-year projection, you need to see those numbers.
And we did talk about that in the last education committee meeting.
I know you had the numbers presented for
so
them, right?
I can certainly send something that looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
Just the revenue, the Peters halves, the expenses for staff, and I can break that out, you know, in every cost area. And then it would show the impact at a zero to the fund balance. I can get you that.
And that's a piece, whatever Sue's got's a piece. I'm the one that said it.
Okay.
Anything you can deliver to us that we can stew on individually ahead of time gives us more time to talk to you without learning the material here. I mean, so you know, Jason sent all of the slides. We've seen all that. Anything we can get ahead of time that, you know,
And I would also,
specifics.
and I agree with you, we do our homework before we come to the meeting, and I would say there are plenty of slide decks from previous ed committee meetings that are going to have that information in it.
But it's evolved.
But bring it back.
Where do we end up with the idea of a special education committee meeting on the 17th? Is there a desire, is there a need, or do we want to wait and see?
Mr. Sid, I would caution you, because the next set of slides would, if the board wanted to move forward, would precipitate a special meeting for a single action item. After
That would be 3 minutes.
Well, let's
Next
get to
week.
it then.
Correct.
All right.
Let's get to it.
Let's put that on hold.
Let's get to
Mr.
it.
All right,
Harris.
here we go. Capital projects. So the board asked, based on our, do you mind if I take my tie off?
Thank you.
The board asked to see, to contemplate what would it take to accelerate the project for Richborough Elementary. And we met with PFM, Doug met with his team, Dewey, as well as Schrader, and we have an actionable plan, but it is time sensitive. So here's what you need to know. 18.3 was the bids that the board opted not to award last year. Based on inflation, best level set for potential costs, what we would need to borrow, bottom left-hand corner, $27 million. So this is already contemplated in our capital borrowing plan, but not until October, November, December of later this year. So if we accelerated it, every time we kick the can down the road, it's going to go up. So the original budget was about $23 million, $24 million. We're forecasting it to be about $27 million. So by kicking it down the road a couple of months, 8, 10, 12 months, it's going to cost more. So far, so good? All right. This is Doug's timeline from authorization to bid phase to final completion, and that's a move-in, holiday move-in in 23. Okay, so the essential date to make all this happen would be next week's permission just to go to bid, because we need to incur some costs for architectural as well as stuff and get that out on the street so that we can award them by the 16th of June. So far, so good? That's why we would need a special meeting next week. These are all of these contemplations. I mean, these are thorough, they are logical, they're cogent, they are research-based. This is an opportunity for this board to act on something that is going to be impactful for the next 20, 30 years. So far, so good. More. the March 2017-22 board approval is essential to this bid process. So if there's no appetite to do this, we don't have a special meeting next week. We can come back to you in October with the same plans. It's probably going to cost $1.5 million more. That's really the bottom line. Okay? Borrowing status. We talked about it in February. Our total debt service payment is 18.6 to 18.7 million. Future school years, we saw the red of the debt service required. It eclipses into the $2.5 million range. We would need $2.5 million in cap reserve to help balance. This is not general fund balance. This is cap reserve balance, which is a separate account. And those who I had the nice onboarding meeting, which is sent to capital, you can't put it in the general fund. You need about you need 2.5 million. The borrowing reduced our need for cap reserve by 1.5 million. So borrowing at a lower rate gives us a better result in our need for future capital. So if you want to do this project, you're going to need to fund, and I believe we have about $1.5 million in cap reserve that's unaccounted for in other projects or unallocated to other projects, about $2.5 million. So we would need to watch our pennies in 2 years to get us to $1 million in cap reserve. I can tell you that you saw $400,000 come back in change orders based on Doug and his team's careful analysis and really fastidious work, making sure that those costs are accurate. So it doesn't obligate the board to spend any money beyond circulating the team for architectural costs and bid services. So what we're asking for permission to do is to have a special meeting next week with a single action item, permission to proceed with bid, to get you what you've asked for.
I'm going to mention a terrible word called sequence that Mr. Roosevelt put in. Richboro Elementary is the last of our kind of rubber stamp schools that could house an additional 10 classrooms. Because we didn't do it on Hillcrest. Dr. Elliott just brought up the Cropper numbers and the problems at Wrightstown, and a lot of Richboro kids go to Wrightstown. It's our last pressure relief valve, and if we slam dunk this in, it just disappears in terms of where to put kids, and so we're not going to have demographics, and we're going to decide on the size of the school. I want to do Richboro Elementary. I really want to do Richboro Elementary. I also really want to do it right, and I want to have thought put into the demography, because as we found out with our middle schools, if you don't get it right, So sequence again. Jason, these numbers are fine. I mean, we may, if we go out to bid or ask the architect next week, what size school do we tell them to build? Or are we just going to put some paint on it and leave it the same size? And that's the,
So the assumption here is as previously spec'd.
Right. Can I just say, they were asked at the past. And so I have a question regarding a holiday move-in. How does that compare, if anybody remembers, I don't think we were, to the original bid that was awarded? Is that sooner?
It's off, I have to.
So it's sooner?
I don't know, but it's either sooner or later.
I know it's off, but I mean, is Doug saying, let's get this done 6 months sooner? Or I'm sorry, it's actually.
So they're going to have to be in Richboro Middle School, if you will, for 6 months longer.
Yes.
Correct.
They're going to do a move halfway through the school year over the winter break, as opposed to starting the year in the new school.
Right, so.
If we approve this.
So how long are they in Richboro Middle School for?
A year and 3 months.
A year and 3 months, so it's actually extended, would be my thought, that the project now.
That's correct.
Because we didn't do it when we were going to do it, actually, well, originally we were going to actually do it and it would be finished at the same time as Sulfine stuff.
Right, but that ship is sailed, so.
Right.
Well, I was just wondering,
And if you
this is going to get done sooner, but not quite.
If the board decides not to do this, then as Mr. Harris said, this is on the docket for October to bid again. which would mean the project would start in the summer of '23. And so the 23-24 school year, they would be in Richboro Middle, and then '24, they would move back into the renovated Richboro Elementary School. So that's what would happen.
Yeah, and I would remind the board that this is because the board requested a plan to expedite Richboro Elementary. So what the administration done is in response to what the board requested. I think your point is a valid one, Mike, which is we have to have some plans to cope with additional elementary school population if it materializes, and we won't know until we see proper. So if the board wants to stick to the original timeline, I think there's a lot of merit in doing that. I just want to remind everybody that this is being brought to us because the board requested it.
No. So Jason, I don't know if you can answer this, and Doug's not here, obviously. And maybe one of you folks are here all longer. My first vote was on the new Rolling Hills. And at the time, the bid came with an optional 3 rooms that we did approve. So the only thing I would request was, you stole my thunder to some degree, is can we bid the project with the option
I
for
would say, yeah,
10 additional
that was
classrooms?
going to be my response. I think we have enough data and drawings to intelligently say, if we needed to add 3 classrooms, what would it cost?
So at the time when we added, and I know this like it was yesterday, the time we added it to Rolling Hills, it was a huge value to do it then.
Yep.
I can certainly, I'm happy to text you
So
up now.
I would suggest, and I should have said it earlier, but I should, Mike stole it to some degree, I would suggest that we ask that is added to the bid, so that we get the Crocker, we think, at least it's there.
Yeah.
If we don't need it, we don't need it.
Oh,
But it's short-sighted not to have
And
it.
it's not 3, Jason, it's 10.
Even if it's 1, doesn't matter. I just want to be clear with Doug, and I'm going to text him now.
There may be some value added, as Doug likes to say,
Yeah.
by doing it.
Yeah. So, all right, I completely agree, that we ought
I'd
to
like
ask
to
the
go with
question, but yeah, of how many classrooms? So the question is now, are we going forward with the bidding process next week?
I asked for the study to be done. I'm happy to hear the numbers. I'm happy to hear what I'm hearing. And it was a shot in the dark, in my opinion, because I'm scared about the future. I'm scared about the kids not being in an air-conditioned building.
Yeah.
And we don't know where interest rates are going to be.
And inflation.
Oh, with the whole
All
thing
of that,
scares me.
all of that.
You know, so I asked for it. I'm happy with it. I hope there's enough board members to push it forward.
Well, I think we ought to go forward. And I think we ought to put this out to bid as soon as possible, while we have the cash to do it.
We got the infrastructure
and the
to do
plan.
it, and the folks and the team.
And we have we have Richboro Middle School as a flex school. It's all there. It's just, to your point, Mike, we are going ahead without the optimal amount of information to make decisions about how big a school we want. But that's the rub. We'll never have as much information as we want, but Mike, it's your meeting.
No, I'll just say, go ahead.
Can I just jump in? We can get a bid, we can deny the bid. The other thing is, we can send the instruction for the bid, just like they were saying, to add stuff. And then it just becomes a change order or a scope decrease or scope increase. As long as when we present the bid, they know that. That's where I think we need to be. So, because we do need to have demographics.
Doug, just
so
to
that we have-
reply, the answer is no. Land development does not include additional classrooms, and the plans will require modifications.
Exactly.
So you have to go back to town fathers to get a variance.
Oh.
Right.
And so,
But that's not necessarily a deal killer, I'm sorry.
no, it is not.
No, it's
It is
not.
not, but that would be.
More money.
Yeah.
Fair.
Very
More steps, probably not something.
Township.
Oh, I would just like to know, how much time we're saving by doing this, if it's only 6 months, 6 months,
and $1.5 million.
and whatever,
That's the money.
$1.5 million.
$1.5 plus interest over 20 years.
Well,
So we're gonna save that?
I have a
Or should we
solution.
Go,
If,
how do you figure out that we're saving the money?
If you have to borrow the additional $1.5 million,
Mike,
you add it to your total.
you and I and
debt
Doug
service.
are huddling.
And
Hold
then
on,
that's-
hold on, guys. Wait a second.
So we'll cover it tomorrow morning, and we should even ask Jason to join us if he's available.
That would be great.
What time?
I think it's 11:30, let me check.
I may have a conflict, I might be able to join you later.
That's fine, or maybe you can talk to Doug ahead of time.
No
but-
worries. Okay,
So we're saving the money on the finance.
So the question on the floor is, what would the savings be if we did it now versus later? And it's forecast to be about $1.5 million. And I added to that, it's about $1.5 million plus interest, because if you borrow $1.5 million later, you're still paying interest on that $1.5 million on the debt service on the 25 years. So it's $1.5 million plus interest, at whatever rate you're borrowing at.
And rates are going this way, right?
Yeah.
So,
Sounds like we're gonna circle back on that with our facilities meeting tomorrow.
If you two could just figure it out in a flexible way so that we can build the right size school,
Yeah.
not just
Yeah,
plow
That's,
forward
yeah,
with a
that's
small-
what I wanna do too.
Yeah, it's 11 tomorrow, if you can make it, but otherwise.
I have a meeting at 11, but I'll touch base with Doug.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah, even if you just connect with them before.
Ta-da.
Is that it, guys? Any other questions?
Oh, it's only 10.
Going once?
Yeah, right. Yeah, so we're gonna connect and then we'll inform.
We're gonna move on to public comment if you guys are done. Is there anyone that'd like to speak tonight? Okay. If any other board business?
I'd like to thank Mr. Harris for a
I'm
good
sorry,
meeting.
you do want to speak?
No.
What were you saying?
No, I thought maybe she'd want to speak.
Oh,
No, I wouldn't.
okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Anybody else?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Do we even need a motion?